Yes. Supervisor Madrone?
Present.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Here.
Supervisor Wilson?
Present.
Supervisor Bohn?
Good morning.
Chair Bushnell?
Here.
Okay.
Can you please stand and we'll salute the flag? To the agenda. Good morning, Chair Bushnell. There are a couple modifications. Item D2 is being pulled from the agenda and will likely return next week. And item D3 is being pulled for discussion. And then also, just for situational awareness, on item I2, the resolution had, it was a corrupt file, and so when that posted, there was some challenges with that. However, we did re-upload that file yesterday. So if anybody was searching for that reso and had any challenges with that, please contact us and we can get you copies, or the updated copy is also available online. Thank you. So we're going to go to the consent calendar, but first, just because I have a few new processes I would like the community to be aware of. So public comment on non-agenda items today will be for 2 minutes only. And then also public comment on Zoom will be going first, and Kaylee will be managing that. And following that will be public comment in the audience, which will be 3 minutes. And then also, on proclamations, the supervisors will have one person come up to receive that proclamation. They will have 3 minutes to comment, and then all other comments will be at the end of the consent calendar, also with that 3-minute timer, okay? So now we'll go to the consent calendar, minus the items that were pulled. And the first thing we're gonna do is I would like to recognize that we are going to be adjourning in memory of Marty Messenger, who worked for the county for, I think, around 25 years and was a resident of Edwardsburg, the southern Humboldt area, just a very prominent, helpful man down there. He passed in December, and I'm really wishing his family some peace as they navigate his loss. And then also, Todd Barton, who lived in Garberville, was born and raised in Garberville, was a 40-year member of the Garberville Volunteer Fire Department. He passed also mid-December, and just a really sweet man that really loved his community and is being missed very much in that area. And I would, at this time, like if any supervisors would like to comment on either of these. And that's okay, we can do it at the end. And then we'll go from there to the first proclamation, which is going to be coming from Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. So this one is a proclamation that is in honor of Big Brothers Big Sisters, CASA of Humboldt, and Boys and Girls Club. And I believe it was somebody from Big Brothers Big Sisters that sent that to me. So if you want to come up to the microphone, I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation, and then you'll have 3 minutes, and we can take pictures. And then anybody else wanting to speak on this item can do so at the end of the consent item, because I know that Jean is here from CASA wanting to maybe make a few comments at that point, or maybe not, but whatever. So that's the way the new process is going to work, and so welcome. And thanks for sending this to us. I know Supervisor Bohn often does these. And it was interesting. It said the city of McKinleyville, and there is no city of McKinleyville, but that's okay. So we made it into Humboldt County, which I think is what was intended. I hope that's okay. So no worries. Maybe you're projecting the city of McKinleyville. So anyway, welcome. Whereas this year's Big Brothers Big Sisters of the North Coast, CASA of Humboldt, and Boys and Girls Club of the Redwoods celebrate the 140 combined years of service, 140 years of combined service to the youth in Humboldt County. Big Brothers Big Sisters of the North Coast recognizes that the future of Humboldt County rests on the success of its youth. And whereas a mentor is a caring, consistent presence, who devotes time to help a young person develop personal strength and achieve their potential through a structured and trusting relationship. Quality mentoring encourages positive choices, promotes self-esteem, supports academic achievement, and introduces young people to new ideas. And whereas research shows that young people matched with a caring adult through a quality mentoring program are 55% more likely to be enrolled in college, 92% more likely to report participating regularly in extracurricular activities and sports, 78% more likely to volunteer, and twice as likely to say they held a leadership position than those who did not have a mentor. And whereas youth development experts agree that mentoring is critical to the social, emotional, and cognitive development of youth, helping them navigate the path to adulthood more successfully, and whereas our community has several community volunteers, teachers, and many others who support the mentoring movement and work selflessly to improve our children's odds and success, and whereas the future of Humboldt County rests on the success of its children and youth, and now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes January 2025 as National Mentoring Month, and thanks to all our local heroes who participate in quality mentoring programs to equip our youth with the tools to lead to healthy and productive lives. The Humboldt County Board of Supervisors also calls on residents to help close the gap between the availability of mentors and the number of children facing challenging circumstances who would love to spend time with a big brother, big sister, CASA advocate, or Boys and Girls Club of the Redwoods mentor. It takes little to be big for the National Mentoring Month. So, congratulations.
Thank you, Steve.
I'll take a picture for you all.
Thanks for saying
Were you gonna get it? I don't know.
I was not.
Oh, okay,
No,
okay.
No, I know now.
Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3. Great.
I'll send it to you, Steve.
Send it to me too, Natalie. Well, thank you. I know you have a lot of business to get to, but I appreciate the time that you have given to this important future that we have, the big future that we're all projecting together. It's important for us to take this time today so that we can look ahead and make the investments we need to today so our children can thrive and our communities can thrive. And so today is really a call to action, not just for each of us sitting here, but for our entire community, those that have been sitting on the sidelines waiting and looking in and looking for the thing that they need to do to purpose their time. This is your opportunity. So a lot of times when we think about our kids, and especially in Humboldt County, we talk a lot about our ACE scores and how our kids have so many challenges ahead. But this year, Big Brothers Big Sisters really wants to focus on the positive experiences that change those trajectories. So we're asking all of our bigs, all of our volunteers, all of the community to be intentional in those positive experiences that you're providing with one another and building the memories that we need so our kids, so our students and families can thrive. So we thank you for this time. We have so much that we want to share with you today, and we appreciate all that you do to acknowledge our volunteers, civic engagement, how that impacts each of us, and how mentoring, the power of relationship, is essential for each of our walks. We wouldn't be here. None of us would be without the great people that and the shoulders that we stand on.
Thank you so much.
With fun in mind, I will pass around some great little toys. This one especially, this is a kaleidoscope. It takes bits and pieces, teeny little bits of broken glass, and it turns it into something beautiful. And that's what I know that we can do together. So I'll share those with you all, and thank you.
Thank you. Any supervisor want to comment? Yeah, you can talk now. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll comment. I know that we're going to hear from CASA as well, but I wanted to note that there's, I've been seeing that you're collaborating with the Tasty Hub, which is a new food truck venue here in Eureka. That is Big Brothers Big Sisters, right? Okay. On a monthly event that's meant to bring people together, eat good food, and help raise some funds for Big Brothers Big Sisters. And that's happening this Friday. And folks can find out more by looking into what Tasty Hub has to offer. And I imagine it's also on your website. Is that so? Okay.
It's every second Friday.
Okay.
And it brings together the community. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. It's definitely somewhere you can come and ask more questions about what we're doing and get engaged.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bohn?
You'd be amazed how many Big Brothers, Big Sisters that we've come across the last 30 some odd years out at the ball fields and all the other ventures. And I appreciate everything they've done, all the reaching out, both with CASA. If the kids do any type of recreational activities, I guess I get them at one time or another in the greater Eureka area anyway, and all the way down to Special Olympics. And we really appreciate all the efforts that are made by all the agencies. And it is a big effort by a lot of agencies. And you know, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, Boys and Girls Club Eureka, you guys get muddled together on everything. It's kind of funny. But that's not a bad thing, because basically you're helping kids, and that's kind of what, if we work up, take care of the kids, everything else will fall into place. It's a simple process, but thanks for everything you guys do.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I just want to thank you for coming in again and reminding us all of the importance of this work. And I just want to sort of bear witness to, I have many friends who have been bigs, and they sustain long-term relationships, often with folks or with young people into adulthood, because that's the way relationships work sometimes, and also the value that they've received from those experiences. So not just the youth that are getting these experiences, but also really the people providing those important relationships. So I just want to shout out to those folks, but also to remind people that it's if you don't know anyone who's been through those programs or part of Big Brothers Big Sisters, I'm here to tell you that I've seen nothing but positive experiences from that. So there you go.
So I'll echo what Supervisor Wilson says. It's not only the children that benefit, but it's the bigs that benefit as well. And I have been involved with children that they haven't had sometimes anyone else, and they really flourish under having that mentorship, and it's so important to young lives. So thank you for that. So we will continue on now with the consent calendar, and I will ask any supervisor if they have comments on the consent calendar before we go to public comment. And we're going to be going to public comment on Zoom first, so if you are listening, please be ready. You will have to not listen to the TV. You'll have to turn that off, and you'll be prompted. Supervisor Arroyo?
Thank you. We have a lot of great stuff on our consent calendar as always, but I wanted to particularly thank Sean Robertson and Bob Bronkel for their service on Measure Z on that committee. And then I see that we have the Arcata champs here in the audience, and I want to congratulate them. Oh, we're going to do that separately?
That item got pulled.
Oops. Okay. Well, then I'll save my comments about their awesome win.
Supervisor Bohn?
And we don't do this enough, and we do it a lot, but we don't do it enough. We need to recognize our staff. I see vacancies for commissions and boards on here. There are 30-plus commissions and boards, and we have anywhere from 1 to 3 people we have to appoint. And our clerk of the board, Tracy, keeps a pretty good handle on that, so we're able to reach out to our people to get on these boards, and it's very important. So I want to thank staff for taking care of that for us, because it wouldn't get done if it was left up to us or me.
Supervisor Wilson?
I want to thank Supervisor Bohn for that reminder, and to remind the public that even if you see no vacancies on certain boards, apply anyway if you have interest, because when the time comes up, when we have a vacancy, you'll be notified, and so don't wait. Thanks.
I also would like to say thank you to Nick Pape, who will be coming on Measure Z, and thank you for his willingness. He lives clear in Shelter Cove and will be commuting to Eureka to do those meetings. It's a lot of work. We, as a board, really depend on our Measure Z committee to help navigate the applications. It's really important. Also echo Supervisor Arroyo's thanks for Sean Roberts and Bob Bronco. And so now we will go to public comment on Zoom.
Thank you. Caller 7718, you will have 3 minutes, and I'm going to unmute you.
Hello, Ken Swarovski calling from Mexico. I would wish to make comments. I guess I can make 1 3 later. I wish to make comment on number 4. As some of you know, the children are some of the most important things to me, and I totally agree. They are our future. And I really want to reach out to all those who help. My understanding is we still have one of the worst AID scores, which is adverse childhood experience scores in the nation. So we need all the help we can get in this. CASA is wonderful. I've heard all kinds of wonderful things about them, even being willing to give pushback when other people seem to not be taking care of the children, other county agencies, and yet the CASA workers understand it and see it and say something is really wrong with what's happening under these circumstances. So for those people who do participate in this, it is our future, and I really strongly want to reach out and thank them heartfelt, and always listen to the children and do the best you can to protect them, because they aren't being protected in our county in many ways, and they need your help. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Caller 0151, I'm going to unmute you, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I'm calling from Southern Humboldt. So I was just told I had 3 minutes, but earlier it said 2 minutes for people calling on Zoom. So we can address that when it's regular public comment time. But right now I think we're supposed to be talking about the consent calendar. Is that true?
Yes, 3 minutes for consent calendar, 2 minutes for non-agenda items. Thank you, Dottie.
Yes, you're welcome. As far as what's happening with the youth in Southern Humboldt, we really need to be addressing what's happening and how they really can be heard. So I'd like to see how we can work on that. Right now, we don't have a way that the youth can represent themselves. A lot of people that are under the age of 22 or 26 have not been able to access help up in Eureka. So that's a very important thing for us to be addressing. And there are people that are living on the streets now that were not helped when they were children and when they were living also in Eureka. So we're making some progress down here with those folks, but it's really just being done by the community instead of by the people that have received grants and things that they should be helping us. So we'd like for you to see what you can do to see that the TAPE program, which is a wonderful program, has more access down in Southern Humboldt, along with any other grant that you provide for down in Southern Humboldt. Thank you.
Chair Bushnell, that is all, and Zoom is complete.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to the audience. I want to remind the audience that you have 3 minutes, and public comment is only on the consent calendar. Please come forward.
Good morning. My name is Jean Gordon. I'm with CASA of Humboldt, and I just wanted to thank the board for their proclamation recognizing Mentoring Month. We have a lot of formal services in our community that are designed to kind of treat and provide intervention for children who've had adverse experiences or experiences that don't promote optimal development. And I'm really proud of the work that I do in partnership with Big Brothers Big Sisters and the Boys and Girls Club, because what we do is we provide a less formal intervention and support for youth in our community. And really at the foundation of it, it's relationships. Relationships are healing, and our volunteers that work with youth provide that structure and that support so kids can then begin to believe in themselves and cast a different vision for the future, a vision that is filled maybe with hope and opportunity. So thank you for supporting our work and for this recognition.
Good morning. My name is Vonnie Fierro. I'm a resident of Humboldt County for over 30 years. I've been involved with Big Brothers Big Sisters for a bit of that, for just a bit, but man alive, it goes by so quickly. So I just want to thank you for this proclamation. These agencies, Big Brothers Big Sisters of the North Coast, CASA, and Boys and Girls Club are cornerstone agencies in our community. The teams there in those agencies brings support to children and youth in our communities and in our families, which are just so necessary. Oftentimes, we find ourselves, which is interesting because it's turning out to be a little bit of a theme here. Oftentimes, we sit on the sidelines or in the audience. We admire the teachers and the coaches from a distance while we watch our kids, our nieces, our nephews, friends, kids, grandkids, kids, children, youth in our lives, and we watch them get excited and involved with soccer and swimming, theater and music, and so many other things. We then listen to their excitement when they talk about their successes, scoring a goal, perfecting a skill, learning an instrument, and strategizing on how to do better next time. That coach and that teacher, those are the adults that encourage that involvement, that encouragement, and that excitement in those children and youth in our communities, providing guidance, confidence, and trust and consistency that lift those kids into a solid foundation. 2025, this is this community's year that we're going to flip the waiting list. We're going to flip the waiting list from hearing about Jacob, age 8, who likes to walk on the beach and loves to read, loves math. Or we hear about Mary, who's age 15, who likes to go shopping at the mall, but not really our mall. She actually likes to go out of the area, but man alive, Amazon's amazing. To Susie, who is an active community member, loves to go tide pooling in Trinidad, loves to spend time in bookstores, and hasn't met movie theater popcorn that she doesn't like. Or Michael, who likes to go fishing and walk on the trails in so many of our Humboldt trails that we have here. We need to flip this wait list. We need to flip the wait list from children and youth waiting for supports, for consistency, for building that solid foundation, to adults who are waiting for littles and that can provide these services. You may hear mentor, but I hear coach.
Thank you.
I hear
That's your
teacher.
time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yep, thank you so much. Is there any other public comment in the audience? Nope. Okay, thank you. I'm going to bring it back to the board for last comments and a motion, please.
I'll move consent.
I'll second.
Okay, Kaylee, can we get a vote?
Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Chair Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. So now we're going to go to items pulled from consent, and the item pulled from consent is from Supervisor Wilson. It's a proclamation recognizing the Arcata High School Tigers 2024 football team for winning the CIF 6AA state championship. And we'll go to Supervisor Wilson.
All right. This is fun. This is the first time that we've been able to get this on our agenda since that happened. It seemed like it's a while ago, almost a little bit of a lifetime ago, because we went through a whole holiday season between when you guys did that and now. But, well, yeah, sure. Why don't you guys come on up, and then I'll have you introduce yourselves. Go for it.
My name's Cal Tucker.
All right.
Jackson Strand.
Oh, great. Okay, so I'm going to read this proclamation and let you guys know how important this is for our community. So whereas Arcata High School Tigers football team has achieved the highest level of success in 2024 season, earning the title of CIF Division 6 AA state championships, and whereas this is the first such state championship in football in Arcata High's 130-year history, and whereas this victory represents not only the culmination of hard work, determination, and teamwork by the players, but also the guidance and dedication of head coach Matt Magers, the coaching staff, and the unwavering support of the cheering team, families, friends, and community, and whereas the Tigers demonstrated exemplary sportsmanship, perseverance, and skill throughout the season, overcoming challenges and embodying the spirit of Humboldt County. And whereas the team's achievement brings pride and joy to Arcata High School, the city of Arcata, and the greater Humboldt community, showcasing the incredible talent and dedication of our local students, athletes. And whereas this championship victory serves as an inspiration to all youth in our community, reminding us that through hard work, commitment, and collaboration, anything is possible. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors does hereby extend its heartfelt congratulations to Arcata High School Tigers football team for their remarkable accomplishment in winning the 2024 CIF Division 6 AA state championships. We commend each player, coach, cheerleader, and supporter for their contributions to this historic achievement and thank them for representing our community with pride and distinction. And I want to say, I no one's going to accuse me of being a huge football fan. That's not a thing that anyone's going to say. But I did go to, and I did go to 2 games this year because I have a senior at Arcata High, and so I happened to, and I've been for a few games. I like amateur sports, and I like it's fun. And for me, I want to say probably the biggest reason I'm not the giant football fan that some other people are is because most of the football you watch on television for a lot, and that's just not my jam. But I really appreciated coming to the games this year, and I see Craig out here, and I want to comment that when I went to one of the games and I saw him there, I said, what the heck was that? That was like above and beyond. I couldn't believe the throwing, the passing. All I could say is the sportsmanship and the skill that I observed was not like high school football that I had seen before. It stood out to me very clearly that this was a very special year, very special team, and very special players. And so I just wanted to, from a non-football person, it was obvious to me. And so it must have been very special if that was the case. And so I just want to commend you for that work. I know that you guys all summer long before the season were practicing like crazy, putting in the time, and it showed. It wasn't just, you didn't just show up one day and make this happen. This was a lot of hard work. And I also want to commend the defensive line as well, because, I mean, you can score a lot of points, but that can happen in the other direction too, and you guys were able to really slow that down enough to make it to the championship. So I just really want to commend you. So if you have something to say, this is your time, and thanks for coming in and allowing us to help you celebrate this momentous occasion.
Yeah, I mean, we really appreciate how much it meant to you guys. Obviously, it was a very big season for us personally, but to see how much it affected the community as well has been really special and good to see. So thank you guys.
Yeah. Well, good. And then the coaching staff obviously did a wonderful job. And if you guys have anything to say at all, the adults that came with the young people, this is your time, please. Because it's not like the players took up a lot of time there. So
They will later. My name's Roger McDonald. I'm the superintendent of the high school district, and it's. Thank you for giving the attention to the kids and to the coaching staff, and it's also cool that that this proclamation is happening at the same month as celebrating mentoring in the community, because that's one of the things that made me most proud this year was the way that the coaching staff. And you mentioned the cheerleaders too, the coaching staff for both of those teams working with the student athletes to encourage them to take care of each other. And there's been so many times over the last couple of years that I've seen the student athletes on this team lead the school and lead in the community, and even repair some harm that had been done. I mean, it's more than just their work on the football field, but it's been great. And like you say, the community, it was really good for us as a greater community, and you nailed it. I couldn't say anything more about the kids. They really, really were quite awesome. So thank you.
Yeah, and I do know one of the coaching staff, Matt.
Tremendous.
Yeah, just really great. And so I just want to, the younger Matt, and
Joris.
Yeah, he went to high school with my older daughter, and so he's in my mind barely out of high school. So I want to, and he put in a lot of time. I just know personally because I've seen him do it, and I just was really appreciative of that. So Craig, do you have anything to add?
Supervisor, I really do appreciate you bringing this to the table and heaping this praise on these kids. They did work hard for this. And I will say, the football program at Arcata High is pretty special. It is sort of a family affair, and I give a lot of credit to the coaches for sort of cultivating those relationships. And there's a lot of proud parents out there, but seeing how the community responded through a parade for the kids, all of that, it's been really great to see. And it's, I think it might be my last moment of sitting in the stands and watching my kids play football, and I think it was a great way for me to go out as a dad in the stand. So I appreciate you highlighting it.
Yeah.
Do you want to go out and present the proclamation?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Are you going to be the photographer? You're so good at that. A social media expert.
So we're going to go to public comment on Zoom after this picture is taken, or to the board. Okay, so we'll go to the board comments first.
All right, hold on a second. Get over here. We're going to be facing these guys. Face this way. I don't know.
Face that way.
Face that way.
And get
All right.
a little bit closer.
Okay, here, hold this. You hold this.
Make it like we like
There
each
you go,
other.
like that.
All right, 1, 2, 3. All right.
All right.
Little guy.
This is for you guys.
I'll send it to you.
Congratulations. All right. All right.
Yeah, supervisor. Don't leave. We have supervisors that want to talk to you, please. So we're going to go first to Supervisor Madrone, and then Supervisor Bohn, and then Supervisor Arroyo.
Go Tigers! Yeah, so really, it truly is a family affair, as you were mentioning, and the coaches, the whole team, the whole school, really out there. And I was watching some coverage of this, and it talked a lot about how a lot of the members of this team have been together since freshmen, and have worked their way up for 4 seasons together, which is a huge part of the success, I assume, just, really building those relationships, literally knowing what the next person's going to do before they say it or do it, because you've been together for so long. So I applaud you for that success of really holding that together for so many years. And I don't want to leave the cheerleaders out. I mean, it is truly a family affair, and they're out there, getting the crowd riled up, which I know, having been a former football player myself, means a lot. When you've got the families there cheering for you and really pushing for you to do your best. So I applaud all of you, the entire community, and everybody at the school for your award. Congratulations.
Well, I caught a heck of a lot more in 2 games. Some weekends I'll catch 3 football games. You guys were great to watch this year, and I think when you look back at what Ferndale has done with their program, he shakes his head. Ferndale, no, but Fortuna, St. Bernard's. What this does is this is behind the redwood curtain. You guys are keeping that excellence, that level of excellence. And I'll tell you what, down south, because I go to Sacramento, they know our name behind we're behind the red curtain, but they know us now because we go down there and we make a statement. We play well. And it's funny, and just so you know, if anybody was listening from CIF, they do not practice all summer because I don't think they can start till August. So just to be careful there. But but the thing is the amount, Roger laughs, the amount of effort you guys have all put forward, and a lot of you kids I know have played since actually second and third grade playing youth football. And I think the exciting part, and what was us old timers that follow the youth sports quite a bit, the big thing was Arcata High didn't have a football program not that long ago, still in our memory, and you guys have resurrected it and brought it back to the pinnacle of success that you've brought it for. So I think that people are going to strive to keep that level. And a good example, Craig, like you said, how did you get there? And like Supervisor Wilson, you guys worked really hard. It is not handed to you. You don't have to be better than the guy across from you. You've just had to work harder than the guy across from you, and that will make up a lot. So, Tigers, nice job keeping the tradition going of the North Coast bringing championships home on a yearly basis almost now lately. So, good stuff.
I'll just echo what my colleagues have said. I really want to congratulate you and say how proud we all are of you. It really was such a highlight. I know it's been a few weeks now, but it was such an incredible achievement and made all of us, your whole community, proud. And I know sometimes people can be a little bit, well, obviously when we have teams playing against each other locally, people can get a little bit competitive about their community and wanting their community to, you know, however they identify their town to be the ones that excel. And I would say, you know, you're our community members, and all of us here are proud of you. And I also think it's really an incredible achievement on the leadership side. You really have to demonstrate and utilize a lot of leadership skills to achieve things as a team. And I think that's going to pave the way for you in the future. But it's also, I'm sure you think about this all the time, but I want to also remind you that other people are looking up to you, and you are the model that they're looking at as, you know, high school leaders and young adults, you know, about to enter the world. I think you're probably seniors or juniors at least, and so you're, you know, going out in the world and hopefully doing great things, but utilizing those leadership skills moving forward. So those of us who find ourselves in this type of role are leaders, and you're leaders as well. So thank you for your leadership in the community, and that you know, what you do amongst your peers to really make this community a better place.
So I'll echo what my fellow supervisors have said, and you players will remember this for the rest of your life, and your community will as well. And as Supervisor Arroyo said it right, it takes a whole team from the top to the bottom, and that includes the coaches and your school. School spirit is a huge thing, and your school will ride high on this moment till the end of your senior year, and it'll be reflected in your graduation, and it's something to be so proud of, and so proud that you carry that Humboldt name on as championships. And so if there's no other comments from the Supervisor Bohn.
And if I'm not mistaken, you guys are bringing quite a few of your players back next year, right? There's not a large amount of seniors, so they're going to be, I think the people down south are still worried about you because they know what you guys bring to the table.
So thank you for that. And so we will now go to public comment on Zoom.
Thank you. Caller 7718, I'm going to unmute you, and you have 3 minutes. Caller 7718.
Hello, Ken Sawatsky. I agree with Supervisor Mike Wilson. This is the equivalency of a rite of passage, and you all are young men. You can refer to other things, but you're young men. Ken Sawatsky, class of 1972, Arcata Tigers. We didn't accomplish what you did, but it's some of the best memories. I'm 70 years old, and some of the best memories I have were out on the field, and not just in the field, but with the team. You now have an unfair advantage in the rest of your life in that you know how to do the most important thing, and that's participate as a team in life, in everything you do. And I think you should take advantage of that. You have all of us older people giving you suggestions and things like that. But you've accomplished an amazing thing, and I hope the rest of your life are successful as the wonderful years that you experienced on the football field. Thank you for my opportunity to congratulate you on your winning team.
That is all.
Okay, public comment in the room. Anybody have public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to our board. And Supervisor Wilson, would you like to make a motion?
Yep, from this skateboarder to you football players, I'll make a motion to approve this proclamation.
I'll second. Kaylee?
Supervisor Arroyo,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson,
Yep.
Chair Bushnell,
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn,
Yep.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. So moving on, we're going to go to public hearings. And I think Director Mattson's going to.
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you. Oh, wait. Before that, we're going to go to public comment on non-agenda items. I'm sorry. Sorry, Tom. So this will be the time that we have public comment on anything that's not on the agenda. Thanks. And this will be 2 minutes, and we will start with Zoom.
Thank you. Caller 5434, I'm going to unmute you and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, good morning, Chair Bushnell, Supervisors, Happy New Year, and I guess certainly congratulations are in order for the Arcata Tigers. My name is Gary Hughes, and I work as a co-director with the international organization Biofuel Watch, and I want to really quickly remind the Board of Supervisors that January 20th is the public comment deadline on the draft environmental impact report for the Golden State Natural Resources wood pellet export scheme. I'd like to flag for the board as well that unfortunately your request for further public meetings on this DEIR was ignored, as was a letter from the California Air Resources Board requesting of the Golden State Finance Authority that more public meetings on this DEIR be organized. Thus, it is really worrisome that the governance of this project is refusing even to take into consideration the requests of elected officials, such as all of you from the Board of Supervisors, to see more public meetings be heard. Thus, with the upcoming public comment period deadline, there's only one more Board of Supervisors meeting to really address this matter in an effective way. So I'm hoping that you'll put this on your agenda for next week and that you'll take a position and communicate to Golden State Finance Authority what the public has communicated to you about concerns with this project. Clock is ticking, but I'm glad to offer you this little reminder, and certainly I'll stay in touch with all of you about this important issue. Thanks for hearing my comment, and thanks again to the Board of Supervisors for making comment possible by
Caller 7718, I'm going to unmute you and you have 2 minutes. Caller 0151, I'm going to unmute you and you have 2 minutes.
Dottie Russell from Southern Humboldt again. To give housing and hope to people that have unmet needs is very difficult. It takes your heart, it takes your money, it takes your time, and it takes your willingness to fight the rest of the community about helping somebody in need. That's what we're going through right now. That's what we're going through with what we have to provide. There's a program called CalBright. It's free for California residents. Anybody on this call, anybody in California can get a free education, including a laptop and a hotspot, please look at Calbright. It's important because we haven't lost our hope. We haven't lost our ability to educate people. This is an opportunity right now for a startup college that's an online college. It's called Calbright, and I hope everybody will look it up online. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you go back to the one that didn't answer? Just announce one more time.
Yeah. Caller 5434, would you like to speak?
Okay, so we are going to close public comment from Zoom, and we'll welcome the audience. Please come forward. Welcome.
Hey, good morning. My name's Caleb Lesher. I was born and raised in McKinneyville. I grew up working on my dad's crab fishing boat and decided I didn't want to do that as a career. So at age 16, I started mowing lawns to pay for my training to become a professional pilot at Northern Air in Eureka. I've flown for the last 20 years of my life. I've flown for the commercial airlines, overnight cargo, UPS, corporate, and recently I've been flying for Cal Air Life Flight for 13 years. In 2020, a study was performed at the local airports to determine comparable rent values using other airports as comps. This led to some substantial overall hangar rent increases countywide. Unable to handle the increases, the Northern Air Flight School and FBO, which had operated in Humboldt here for over 30 years, closed immediately. When this happened, I had been in the process of teaching some friends to fly. With no more aircraft rental available, the three of us purchased an old Piper Cherokee for the cost of an old Honda Civic. Since then, we've volunteered 100% of our time to instruct and teach people how to fly and bring it back from the dead. No matter how you slice it, flying is expensive: fuel, insurance, maintenance, etc. However, our hangar rent is easily our largest expense at over 45% of our yearly budget. Last week, there was a notice from the county about additional hangar rent increases, this time a retroactive 28% and for others up to 35%, plus an additional $20 fee for electricity. There are several reasons why this increase is unreasonable. First of all, the 2020 study included utilities in its rate calculations. Secondly, all the airports for comps had full service FBOs and flight instruction. With the departure of Northern Air, these comps aren't valid anymore. Murrayfield has no weather reporting, no nighttime landings, and many services that are in decline due to lack of maintenance. It's an extremely large rent increase and a reduction in services just doesn't make sense all at the same time. I would urge you guys to put a pause to these cost increases.
Thank you.
Until further discussion can be heard.
Thank you. I'm sorry it was quick. Thank you for your public comment.
Thanks.
Please come forward.
Hello there. My name is Dan Sayer. I'm a 30-year Humboldt County business owner, 25-year pilot. Happy New Year, everyone. I just received the thing Caleb talked about in the mail yesterday, the rent increase. I'm one that's getting a 35% rent increase on my hangar. In 2 minutes, I think the most important part is my hangar doors have not worked in 3 years. All of you combined could not open my hangar doors. During the last inspection, I mentioned it to them, we'll get it fixed, we'll get it fixed. Finally, they became completely unusable. I finally got it fixed about 2 weeks ago. Finally, in this letter, they say I owe, after 21 years of rent, that I owe $2,000 in back rent. I have pulled up my QuickBook report for 4 years. Everything is there. They sent me this accounting that makes no sense at all. And I called, no one answers, no one calls me back. It's just a little frustrating. I feel like you guys are trying to kill general aviation. We're not rich, we're just trying to make it. We need a little service. You know, if we're gonna pay this kind of rent, let's make these hangars usable so we can get in and out. And I could talk for a long time on this, but I just want to mention that I think this needs a little more discussion to make things work at the airport.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your public comment. Hi, welcome.
Hello, my name is Derek Tolley, and I am also a local pilot and independent flight instructor. I'm here to echo the concerns of the last two speakers. I obtained my pilot's license 10 years ago at Northern Air, and when I was training, I had heard that these services were in decline from their heyday of the 80s and 90s. Contrary to popular belief, not all pilots are incredibly wealthy, and a lot of people are able to just squeak by the expenses for the love of aviation. Since Northern Air closed down, I have taken on independent flight instruction. I have a few students who were going to Brookings, Reading, and Ukiah in order to get their flight training. If we're not able to bring down some of these costs of general aviation, I am worried that opportunities for people obtaining beneficial careers will not be obtainable in this area, causing people to go out of the area and losing some of the community that we have here in Humboldt County. So yeah, I would like to also agree that these rent increases, I believe we need more discussion before we just increase everybody's rent, especially considering the degradation of services.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to encourage the folks that are having issues with rents to please email the supervisors so we can have some contact information. It's a lot easier to interact with you all if we can know who to talk to. So please do that. And our emails are up on the website, and you can email all five of us. Next, please. Good morning.
Good morning. I'd just like to bring up that in the year 2024, the city of Arcata saw 5 hazardous materials incidents recorded by the Office of Emergency Services, and the county of Humboldt overall saw 26 sewage spills. If you've been to the Trinidad Eatery in Trinidad recently, you can smell sewage quite strongly. Also this year, the Burger King in Eureka is closed due to sewage issues. I'm seeing a pattern of waste mismanagement on the county level and on the city level, while meanwhile the focus seems to have been on the most vulnerable low-income folks in the county. Imagine being told your property is a health hazard when you have better waste management practices than the county. The city of Arcata has no hand washing stations in Arcata. There's human waste on the street. I'd like to think that might be taken more seriously by this board in the future. And last thing, I'd like to shout out Charles Garth for managing his waste better than the county year in and year out. And the Humboldt County should be looking to him and his property as an example for how to facilitate an evolution away from failing septic and to more sustainable solutions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Quentin Owsley. I'm also a local pilot around here. And not only do I kind of want to only talk about the hangar rent, really if you go to the airports and look at how they are, even compared to other small airports around here, I'm lucky enough lately for my work, I've been able to fly and go to other airports. And I love Humboldt County. I mean, but the small aviation airports that are here are really lacking. And not only a place to use the bathroom, but to even open a man gate. The man gate in Fortuna you can't even use. I was there the other day. You have pilots coming in here, they don't know how to get in and out. Even if you have the code to the man gate, it doesn't even open. So I would probably look at maintenance at a place. I mean, I'm a landlord too, and I fix my places up before I go to my tenants and tell them I'm going to raise your rent. So it's just something to look at, even to just drive by them.
Thank you. Please email the supervisors also with your concerns. Hi, good morning.
Good morning. My name's Joanne McGarry, and I want to talk about 3 things in 2 minutes, so I'm going to try and do that. First off, I picked up the agenda. Actually, Supervisor Madrone was kind enough to bring it out to me, and I would kind of suggest that as the doors opened, everybody went and grabbed one, but prior to that, they were waiting in the lobby, and having access to this agenda prior to the doors opening would be a wonderful thing. And I had also suggested having it actually on the other side of security, so that people didn't have to stripped down to pick up an agenda on another day or whatever. So having it available in hard copy before the doors open would be appreciated. So the other thing I want to talk about is I told you last year that I was going to try and come more frequently to these meetings if I could. I'm using the hummingbird symbol of the hummingbird story of the forest fire, and everybody, all the animals were fearful and just shaking in their boots, and fear was dominating. But the hummingbird kept going to the source of water and trying to put out the fire. And if all of us can be brave this year in trying to put out fires. So it's coming around to this topic of peace. And we did a ceasefire resolution in this county in May of 2021, May 21st of 2024. It did not include a arms embargo to the state of Israel. President Biden apparently is planning to send $8 billion more to Israel. And the congressmen in our districts, Congressman Jared Huffman and Mike Thompson are being sued in a class action lawsuit for their vote on sending weapons to Israel. So I would like this county to consider adding a resolve to make our county one that doesn't want our dollars, tax dollars, going to kill children in Gaza.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Steve Pritchard. I have been a pilot out at Murray since 1985, so I've seen a lot go on. We used to have maintenance out there. Everything was taken care of. In 1997, new fence was put in around the airport with the gate. The gate does not work properly. It used to have an emergency opening. That's gone now. There's a post on the gate that latches in. It has been broken for the last 9 years that I know of, and I've brought it up at the Airport Advisory Committee meetings, and they said, well, we'll fix it as soon as we get our welding equipment. They got the welding equipment. Well, we need our helmets now. That was 3 years ago. Still isn't fixed. The roof on one of the airports was replaced in the early 90s. It's great. The Getz hangars, which the county didn't pay 1 red cent for, needs new roofs. They're rusting bad. Either clean them, paint them. The whole airport needs to be painted. We pay roughly $167,000 a year in rent out there. No maintenance has been done. Hangars have water coming in them because in the early 90s they repaved it, and they paved it a little too high, so now the water runs into the hangars and nothing is taken care of. We need our maintenance. I don't mind paying the rent as long as we get the maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, good morning. My name is Andrew Bryan. I'm a pilot as well as a mechanic here in the Eureka area. I'd like to echo what others have said about the maintenance issues at our locals airports. I personally, as a mechanic, have seen most of the airports around here and the condition of multiple hangars. And like others have said, they're in bad shape. Multiple hangar doors have fallen off the tracks, and the county has been unable to come put them back up, so the tenants themselves have been forced to lift these doors, which are not light by any means, back up onto their tracks and figure out a way to keep them from falling down again. So that being said, another thing, there's been an effort to have an airport day for the community to come and view our aircraft and learn about aviation in general. There's been a specific individual who's been pushing for this, and his response was that he'd need the small sum of, I believe, $20-something thousand to be allowed to simply put our airplanes out on the ramp for the community to come and view. That might be something that could be looked into, so that the children of the community and the community themselves can be exposed to aviation and maybe see the conditions in which the airports, which are all of ours to enjoy, are currently in. And it'd be nice if you guys could make a trip out and actually see the conditions of our airports, to see that, you know, this report, which we're all basing these prices on, is not necessarily accurate. Thank you.
Thank you. That will end public comment on non-agenda items, and so now we will go to Director Mattson for a public hearing. And the public hearing is for formation of a permanent road division, 1000 zone number 009, and imposition of parcel charges for Morgan subdivision, McKinleyville. This is a 4/5 vote required, and I'm going to open the public hearing. Director Mattson, you will do the staff report?
Yes. Good morning, Chair Bushnell, members of the board. This is a continued public hearing from December 10th. Permanent road divisions were authorized by the board back in 2002 and 2003 to alleviate the issue that the roads department had of not having enough money to keep our roads together. The permanent road divisions specifically apply to subdivision roads at this time, where people can have an assessment done, and then it guarantees that work will be done in the future to maintain their roads in good shape. And so this is the 9th permanent road division that has been brought forward to the board, and I would recommend that the board approve this and authorize the auditor controller to count the ballots and then approve the PRD.
Thank you. Director Dillingham.
Okay, I'm going to count ballots. Can we have the music, please? And I'm going to open them in person so you can observe. And it doesn't say what is. It's a protest ballot?
No, it's 2/3 majority.
So we have one yes. How do we know it's 2/3 of who turned them in?
I think what there's.
Doesn't say. One more yes. There's not that many of them. I'm not sure that they have to be opened here, but it's more entertaining. That'll be the next one. Another yes. Yes.
What's the number of people in the subdivision?
Director Mattson.
Properties, yeah.
Oh, a no.
So 28 parcels.
And of the 28, how many need to say yes?
It's 2/3 of those that vote.
Of those that vote?
The ones that vote, yeah.
Oh, well, that's a low bar.
Another no.
That's 3-2.
And then we have a big envelope.
3-2. So you need 2-1 or 4-2. Down 1.
3 yeses,
3-2
2
so
no's.
far. Needs to be 3-2 or 4-2.
And then this one's a whole bunch. And they're all yeses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 21.
Okay.
21 yeses.
21 yeses. So
Okay. And you have one more envelope?
that's the next one.
Okay.
The next PRD.
Okay, so you have, excuse me. So you have
3 yeses and 2 noes.
24 yeses and 2 noes.
24 yeses. Oh, yes. 1, 2,
23, 21 plus 3
Yeah.
is 23?
3. Yeah, it's 24.
24.
I thought there were 2. I was counting the, dyslexia. I counted the no's instead of the
Okay, so 24 yeses and 2 noes. And then are there any comments from the board? No? Okay, so Tom, what? Supervisor Bohn?
Out of curiosity, I know if I went into a polling booth and pulled out an envelope with 24 ballots, I'd have to have a little bit more. Is there any way, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure they all got in it, and I don't have a problem with it, but I'm just saying, can they come back and say, can we have 24 people in the ballot booth at one time? Because they were all in that one envelope. I'm just.
No, those 24 parcels are all owned by the same individual.
Okay, that's the clarification I wanted. Thank you. That's what I thought.
So thank you, Supervisor Bohn. So with the votes the way they are, Director Mattson, what does the policy say?
We would recommend that the board approve the permanent formation of the Permanent Road Division and adopt staff recommendations.
Okay, so are there any other comments before we go to public comment? No? So do you have something? We'll go to public comment on Zoom.
There is none.
Is there any public comment in the room? No? And I'll bring it back to the board for a motion, please.
Move approval of the PRD.
I'll second the approval of all the staff recommendations.
Okay, Kaylee?
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Chair Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Sorry. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, so we'll go on to the public hearing number 2, which is the public hearing is still open, and this is the formation of Permanent Road Division 1000 Zone 010 and imposition of parcel charges for Washington Terrace subdivision, McKinleyville.
And I would recommend at this time that we let the auditor controller count the ballots and then make a decision whether to form the PRD.
Okay.
And it's one vote per parcel, right?
But, and I'm just, for the sake of everything else, are those all from this, those are all owned by the same individual, right?
Yes, the developer.
And unless he decided to mix a few no's in there, we probably could just, okay.
So how many?
I have to count them.
Are there any no's?
There are no no's.
Okay. So Director Mattson with all the yeses.
Since it's unanimous by the petitioners, I would recommend that the board adopt the PRD and approve staff recommendations after closing the public hearing.
Okay, so first I will go to public comment on this item for Zoom.
There's none.
Public comment in the room. I will close the public hearing and come back to the board for a motion, please. Supervisor Arroyo.
I have a point of order question. Do we need for the minutes to know how many yes votes there were? I know that we know they're all coming from the same party, but I believe we do need to know how many there are.
I'm getting a nod yes from.
Okay. We'll wait with bated breath.
Just put me on the spot here.
I will note that a 2/3 majority is necessary and they're all yes votes.
Okay, so we can, while Cheryl is counting, Supervisor Wilson, did you want to make a motion?
I will say that based on the public testimony and the results of the election, we'll adopt the attached resolution and establish Humboldt County Permanent Road Division 1000 Zone 010 to impose parcel charges to maintenance of roads and drainage facilities, and adopt a resolution accepting of acceptance to accept the rights of way for Washington Court and Ascent Place for public road purposes and for the public sidewalk easement purposes, and for all shown dedications to the county on tract number 676, filed book number 26, maps pages 18 through 21 in the office of Humboldt County Recorders, and direct the auditor to calculate yearly compounded inflation factor based upon consumer price index to the price or to the parcel charges for maintenance of roads and drainage facilities, and direct auditor controller to establish fund number 2310 for PRD 1000 zone number 010.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Cheryl, do you have a total?
39.
Okay, so 39 yeses, and we will go to Kaylee for roll call vote.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Chair Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to take a 10-minute break right now so that we can have the board fixed and the timer fixed behind us. So we will come back here at 10:20. Okay, we're gonna resume our meeting. Unfortunately, our clock on the board is not going to work today, and so there is a timer that you will see right here. When the yellow light comes on, you have 30 seconds. When the red light comes on, you're going to be done. That will be your 3 minutes. So we will go on to our next item, which comes to us from the clerk of our board, Tracy D'Amico.
Good morning. So every year we review the board's protocol onto how to make appointments to boards and commissions and committees. These are to the boards, commissions, committee created by your board that you actually appoint to. It is not the boards and committees that you sit on. So every year we kind of look at the list and see what is good, what's working, what's not, make some suggestions, as well as looking at the protocol overall. So to start, I would ask that we look at the actual verbiage in the protocol, where I've outlined a couple of edits that I would like to discuss with you. So in the past, there has been a procedure for at-large vacancies and at-large appointments, which is defined as a member appointed by the entire board as a whole. At-large memberships currently are being posted as a vacancy in one agenda item by the clerk of the board's office. The vacancy is shared with the library and the county administrative officer's PAO person to put out a blast asking for applications, letting the public know that we have this vacancy. And then 4 weeks later, that returns for consider appointment of to that position. So there's been some comments about leaving a vacancy open for 4 weeks on boards and commissions. At-large vacancies represent a more neutral, they're not coming from a district-specific environment, and they're necessary in making the quorum and making good decisions. I have proposed here to change that process. There is two types of at-large. There is a scheduled at-large vacancy, which is when you know somebody is terming out. There is an unexpected scheduled vacancy, which is when somebody resigns, somebody moves, somebody passes away, someone just leaves that commission. The MADI Act requires certain things be done, which is legislation that kind of influences the clerk of the board and our work with boards and commissions. So for unscheduled vacancies, we're adding this terminology to the protocol, talking about specifically a special vacancy notice should be posted in the office of the clerk of the board, not early than 20 days before, nor not after 20 days after the vacancy occurs. And then the final appointment shall not be made by the legislative body for at least 10 days after the posting of the vacancy. This is for unscheduled. We hadn't captured that in the protocol prior, so I'd like to add that to our protocol. With that being said, there is what we call a scheduled vacancy, which is like the terming out of a member. In this staff report, I recommended that we post that vacancies 2 weeks prior to the term ending, and then make the appointment 2 weeks after the vacancy has occurred. So it's still a 4-week period of collecting applications, of broadcasting, of recruiting, of giving you opportunity to go out and seek members for these boards and commissions. It is shortening the time of vacancies that actually exist on the boards and commissions once those occur. This was just a recommendation based off of some information that I've gathered from other clerks of the boards. We have an annual conference, we talk about these things, how they're handled. So I met with some like-sized county clerks and we discussed this. However, I've also heard from other people that this is too long of a vacancy and that we should post the vacancy 4 weeks prior to the expiration, so there is no lag time, which would also be an idea for you guys to discuss. I put the 2 weeks in here because that's the information I received from Clerk of the Boards. I also want you to consider, though, that some of the people that I'm speaking with as Clerk of the Boards are counties that only maybe meet 2 times a month. So that works for them because they have less frequency meetings than we do. It's really board prerogative. I know, for example, like Planning Commission is one of those that we really hate to see a vacancy sitting out there for at-large for a long time. And we actually have one of those coming up at the end of this month. So it's really board discretion on how you want to move forward with that. My recommendation was the 2 weeks prior and then appointment the 2 weeks following. It is board discretion, though. You may address that. You may also specify that maybe you single out the Planning Commission. I would prefer that you keep a consistency for these at-large appointments throughout all of the boards and commissions, just to make it a little easier to manage from our side of things, but it's really your discretion. With that, the only other change would be then to the appendix of the protocol, where you will see the amended appendixes 1 through 4, which is how those agenda items will be reflected. So before it was just an at-large vacancy. Now you'll note that it's going to be either a scheduled vacancy or an unscheduled vacancy. So there's a distinguish, so we know that one is due to some type of unexpected and one is due to term expiration. A part of the protocol is also the attached list, which is the list of boards and commissions that we have included, that you all have established and are maintaining, and that is attachment A. I've created an extra spreadsheet at your request to review those lists for function, for possible changes, for possible recommendation of disbanding those that you all feel may not be meeting what they were required to do. And then attachment B is the list of those boards and committees that are exempt from the board's protocol because they make their appointments through other avenues. There is one change to attachment B, which is adding the in-home support service advisory committee. Those recommendations typically come from the staff asking for reappointments to that board, and so they therefore would fall on the attachment B to be exempt. The explanation of why these are exempt are now included on that or on that list, so that you can see why those appointments are being made from staff. The recommendations come to you. Of course, it's your prerogative to change as noted, but they do make the recommendations versus the clerk of the board making those recommendations. So the next discussion is the actual list of boards and commissions, to take a deep dive and look at that. I'm not sure if you want to talk about the protocol first and then move on to the list, or if you would just like to move on to a further dive into the list.
Does this board have a preference? I think that we could move on to the list and kind of talk about the ones that are the committees that commissions that we have to have, and the ones that maybe need to be drawn back and that we need to have some better understanding about. Does that work for the board? Okay, Tracy, you want to?
Sure. So if you note, there's a long sheet. I went back as far as the records that we currently have at the clerk of the board staff and looked at each of these in the formation and looked at the resolutions and the ordinances. All the boards and commissions can be reviewed by you at any time. If we started, I don't know if you want to start and look at each one really quickly.
Yeah, so
Okay.
could we just go down, I think, why don't you just announce the item, the date it was formed, and whether there's a resolution to...
That sounds great. I'll just share with the list. So Assessment Appeals Board, it is mandated. It currently is all at-large members. It meets regularly. I don't see where there's any room for change on that board and commission. The second would be the audit committee, which was formed in 2021. It's a resolution. There's public members and then members of the board that sits on this. This was formed in response to what was happening at the time. There was thought that this may be something that can be removed if it's termed out, but then there was I heard someone comment about the new Measure O, and that is going to be reviewed by the audit committee. So that might interfere with making changes to that. I don't know if the CAO would like to comment on that.
CAO, can you comment? I hadn't heard that would be reviewed by the audit committee.
That was an idea that was thrown out there as one of the oversight processes for Measure O for the audit committee to review the expenditures. Excuse me. I'm looking to see if Auditor Controller Cheryl Dillingham is online and might want to comment on her thoughts on the effectiveness of that
Kaylee,
committee.
do you see Auditor Controller Dillingham on? Okay. So, okay, thank you for that. So we can come back to that. You can continue forward.
Okay. So then the next item is the Aviation Advisory Committee, and this is one that we have looked at. It was formed quite some time ago, back in 1978. It went dormant for a period of time. It was reactivated. It was initially formed because aviation fell under Public Works and was not its own division. So this is something that you might want to review for what its charge is, how it's serving. It's really board discussion if you want to discuss that one. Do you want me to keep going or? Okay. Behavioral Health Board, that is mandated by code. It's working very well. They have great people. Joe McMahon is fabulous. He's one of my favorite persons to work with. Big Lagoon Subdivision Design is formed with resolution. This is one of those committees that is used for specific areas. They serve at the pleasure of the board. It's been full. I don't see any necessary changes with that. Fire Safe Council, Sibel is amazing over at Public Works helping with this. It's full. She keeps track of a lot of the hard work on and heavy lifting on that issue, so that's really not anything that's not working. It's great. Fish and Game Advisory. So it is formed by code because they do disperse penalties in forms of grants locally. However, this tends to be one of the commissions that we have a hard time seating. Currently, there's 3 members per district on this committee, so this could be something that you looked at membership. I think it does have to exist, and it needs to exist, and they do some good work. They actually bring items to the board and present on topics. However, the membership may be cumbersome. They sometimes do not meet a quorum because the number is so high. So perhaps changing that, it would have to come back to, the board to be changed, but it is something that we could look at. Forestry Review is formed by an ordinance in code, and it seems to work quite nicely thanks to the great folks over at Building and Planning. You each have an appointment. There are 4 at large. There was time when that was looked at differently. That could be a consideration, but it hasn't been a problem for quorum as far as I know. Great Redwood Trails Authority is code section, and the name was changed. It's just 1 at-large member and then a supervisor. It seems to be functioning well. Headwaters Fund Subcommittee is managed by the wonderful people over at ECDEV. It's out of protocol. It's all at-large appointments. I don't have any recommendations on that. I feel like it's functioning. Housing Authority is mandated, also managed by the Housing Authority. We tend to have vacancies Occasionally, it's board-specific, but it does function and it does work. Human Rights Commission is formed by ordinance. This is also one we have sometimes an issue with membership and quorum because there are 3 members per district. And unfortunately, when you have a 15-person committee, the quorum sometimes is harder to meet. So membership might be something to be considered with that item. In-home support services is county code, resolution and ordinance. They seem to be working. We're just going to add them to the out of protocol on the attachment B because they make the recommendations. Law library is a California law. There's actually an agenda item coming next week for the reappointments. The board makes to that. Really, the board just has an oversight for appointment on that. The NMAC, created and formed, functioning quite nicely. I don't see any need for changes. Measures the advisory, of course, will exist as long as Measure C funds are being accounted for. So membership is working out fine for that. Org design control is the same sort of as the Big Lagoon subdivision, managed and staffed by planning and building. They do a great job. All at large, pleasure at the board, so we haven't had any issues filling that. Planning Commission is mandated. You will each appoint 1 member, and there are 2 at-large members. Seems to be working quite nicely. Project Trellis is one that I would recommend we bring an agenda item and disband, only because it has been inactive for so long. I think that was something that we were going to work on, and it just hasn't come to fruition. So it is the only one that's listed that's currently not active. Those members have all at this point expired out. We've just kind of put it on hold with the prior ACTEV director. So I would recommend that we would direct maybe ACTEV to work on an item for that. Public Finance Authority, which is the Sonoma Peninsula Division, was formed by resolution. There's 2 at-large, and then the 3 board members of the area sits on that. They meet very infrequent, but I think it is necessarily that it was established and it needs to be. Same with property, Public Property Leasing Corp. Tax Treasurer pretty much handles that. You guys make the 3 at-large appointments at her recommendation. It's a yearly term. They meet, I think, quarterly. Resource Conservation District, mandated, 7 members at large. We have great help with that commission. They do a fabulous job. I don't see any changes there. Same with Williamson Act. It's a resolution, 1 per district. And then the last is Workforce Development Board. Economic Development pretty much handles the meat and potatoes of this board and commission, which we greatly appreciate. They meet monthly. So that is currently what you all get to appoint to.
Okay. Thank you. So before we dive into the board's questions, CAO Hayes wants to make a comment.
Yes, for the audit committee, that was included in the Measure O resolution and ordinance. Furthermore, the audit committee has expressed to the auditor controller that there is some excitement around being involved in that process, as it will invigorate the committee a little bit.
Okay.
Also, if I could just comment on the Aviation Advisory Committee, we have been searching far and wide for some documentation around a charter or a scope of the purpose and the intent of that committee, and have not been able to identify those documents. So some direction from your board around that, I think, would be useful on your board's intents and desires for that continuation.
Thank you. So I'm going to go down according to Tracy's what she captured, I think for the board, I'm going to start with aviation and have the board discussion about this one. I'm hopeful that, Alicia, you could kind of capture our thoughts to be able to put it into a, help us with a motion. And so first of all, we'll start with aviation. You heard the report from Tracy and you heard the report from Alicia. And so thoughts from the board, please, on this one. Supervisor Wilson.
Sure, through the chair. I just think there's a need for some kind of conduit or nexus with our aviation community and those that are affected. So not just people who are pilots per se, but businesses and residents as well. So I would like at some point something to come back to this board as an agenda item on a discussion around that. I don't have the solution today about what that would look like necessarily, and maybe even we could create maybe a subcommittee that could come of board members and to talk about that and bring something back to the board for some discussion. And so from my perspective, right now, as far as I can tell, the lack of the lack of a clarity and agenda of what is the aviation committee has been a bit confusing, both to the public and to board members, and we're not really understanding the role, and staff as well, for sure. So something needs to happen there. I don't know what it is in this moment, but since we're just going through a list and prioritizing, I would say something has to be done.
Tracy.
I was just going to say that, I list the resolutions, the formation documents that I've found in our archives, and I've printed those, so when we bring an agenda item back, I can share with you with that. But initially, the charge was to serve in the advisory capacity to the board in all matters concerning the promotion of aviation development. That was the initial charge. It's changed, and the membership has changed. They've renamed it. They've followed through with other resolutions, but there has been a lot lost in transition. So looking at these resolutions, maybe giving a deeper dive into the analysis of them.
I personally don't want to look backwards, so I think digging into what has happened in the past is probably not functional or as functional as we might want. Yeah, just moving forward, I think is something we should take a look at. So we're not just talking about aviation, because again, what we think about aviation has changed quite a bit in terms of it's not just about planes flying in and out, it's also about business park model in terms of rents and other ancillary businesses, and then there's like drone stuff, and there's all kinds of things happening. So I just looking forward would be better than looking backwards.
Okay, so Supervisor Wilson wants it to come back, and Supervisor Bohn has a comment.
Yeah, I think it should come back, and it should be, more so is we should probably give an idea. Because when we talk about aviation, I think the biggest thing is CAL FIRE, from Neyland Hill Attack to CAL FIRE Fortuna. They would like to partner, and they do partner with us on a lot of stuff. But Hoopaw, Willow Creek is a private airport, but they are instrumental. And as you know from us, being around Fortuna, those planes during the summer when there's a fire, they are constantly flying out of there. We're actually, our force out there is getting bigger and more advanced. They're asking for road improvements, and they're asking to partner with road improvements. So we have great partners out there. And then it also creates a lot of financial to us on the sales tax for the planes themselves. And then the other factor is the economic engine that aviation brings. We have spent probably in excess of close to $25 million at the Arcata Airport in the last 18 months alone, between overlay, lighting, new parking lot, and the numbers are ticking up. So the other thing is, we can't forget, and I appreciate Karen Clower for stepping up and doing this job, but we need to find a management level so we can deal with the situations that are going on, because as we heard today, those aren't new problems. Those are problems I've been hearing for 12 years.
So the aviation committee, Supervisor Bohn would like to also see that come back, and then Supervisor Arroyo has a comment.
Thank you. I agree that aviation is complex, and the scope of that committee is not abundantly clear, what I do see is that the committee members are very passionate about aviation. It's just, I'll add on to what my colleagues have said about, there's a need for, us to manage a commercial airport that we are hoping to see expand and have invested significant FAA grant funds. The lion's share of what Supervisor Bohn mentioned was grant funding that came from the Federal Aviation Administration for those improvements at ACV. But then, obviously we heard today we have the, private pilots who are very passionate about, their role in aviation, and then of course the fire and emergency response and package delivery and all of those other components around getting goods and services, to where they need to go. So I think this is complicated, but, and I agree that it should come back. I just, wanted to add that there's all these different facets to it. So I think it's going to take a little time to evaluate what the right structure is. And in the meantime, I don't know that their purpose is very clear. So I concur with Supervisor Wilson about wanting, as much as I hate to form another ad hoc, I think we do need a couple of supervisors to dig into that in greater depth. And so I don't know how we would structure that, or if that's something we just bring back is to make that decision.
So I will refer to our county council whether today is an item. I don't think today is an item that we can form an ad hoc.
No, I would recommend bringing it back at a future date.
So that could be part of the motion, and I wanted to, Supervisor Madrone indicated that he's supportive of it coming back.
Yes, Chair, I am supportive of that. And I think, the primary thing that the Aviation Subcommittee works in, at least currently, versus whatever the roles were in the past, et cetera, is this subject of general aviation. I mean, that's really the big part of the concern there. I know there's also a lot of other concerns that are discussed there around our larger airport and all those things. But, the issues we heard today in particular were those of, well, rents are being increased, and but then there aren't repairs happening. And so I think, there's this interest of what are we collecting and where's it going to and how's that being used to maintain all of these things. I remember there was a very robust discussion about hangars about 2 years ago, and grant monies and other kinds of things. But, the idea that we are collecting now, theoretically, substantially more rents, is that going to go into repairs? Is it going to go back to fixing the facility? So that's what I hear over and over again, not only here today, but in the emails and phone calls that I get in my district. That's what it ends up talking about. So.
Okay, great, thank you. Tracy?
I was just going to say that I also wanted to just, besides CAFAR, I wanted to iterate the importance of the Coast Guard. They have a representative that always sits on that commission as well, so they definitely need to be included in that conversation. So I just have another question. As far as bringing this item back for evaluation, one of the issues is bylaws. Some of the boards and commissions currently don't function with a standard bylaws for meeting, and the clerk of the board's office trying to commit more time to helping all of these. And so looking at this is also a great opportunity to really look at bylaws for these types of boards and commissions that may have a little bit fluctuation on what it is their intent and purpose is for.
It sounds like first of all, I'm supportive as well to it coming back, and it sounds like an ad hoc could help with the bylaws and with the formation or reformation of most of what we're talking about. So I think we're going to add that to the motion, and then we're going to continue on, but Supervisor Wilson has a comment real quick.
Yeah, we had the Voltaire study that was done, and so if we could take a look at that, because I think it had recommendations on the formation of and that was like 2017, I think, of how that committee might operate. So I want to make sure that's on our list of resources. Thanks.
Thank you. So the next one we're going to go to is Fish and Game, and this is a mandate. However, can you remind us how many?
So you currently each have 3 appointments to the Fish and Game Advisory Committee. They do bring in some funding, like I said, through penalties and local charges, and then they distribute those in grant formation, which was why they were established initially. They do look at other fish and game issues. They've brought in letters regarding various issues from wolves to fishing to access to the board. They actually do meet frequently, but they do have issues with quorum because there's 3 per district.
So can you remind us all, are the seats all full right now? No.
I don't think they are. I don't have the earlier agenda item in front of me that showed the vacancies.
Okay.
I think that some of those members have literally been on that committee for longer than we have all been here. So sometimes, there are people that term out. It's hard to find new recruitments.
So we would be looking at possibly reducing the amount of folks that are put on there by supervisor, and I think Supervisor Bohn has a comment.
And you have their, what is their job? Because it seems like their job, from what is the protocol, has changed immensely from what it was originally, and from what I remember years and years ago when I was just a lad. So.
They were established by an ordinance. It says here, let's see, really quick. The purpose of the committee establishes to serve advisory capacity to the board in all matters concerning fish and game within the county. Very broad description. So that too could be something that could be looked at. And as far as recommendations for appointments, we could, if this is something that you would like for us to bring back, we could also bring back some recommendations on what the membership would look like, reducing it per district or adding at large. I mean, it's really the board's prerogative. I'm not sure if that's also one that you would want to come back.
Since we're discussing 25 of these, should we be making the motion? Is this going to be one giant motion for all this stuff, or are we going to do 25? How are we going to break this out?
We're really only talking about, there's only like 5 that really
Okay.
can be changed, and so
All
I
right.
wrote those down.
Okay.
So we're going, and I've asked Alicia to capture our
Perfect.
thoughts
Great.
to help us form a motion. So right now, for the fish and game, we have Supervisor Arroyo that wanted to comment. And then I would like the board just to think, if we're supportive of bringing this back, that we just say, yes, let's bring this back and relook at the amount of people and maybe the bylaws or their function, and then we can move on to the next one.
Yeah, I concur about the Fish and Game Commission and the Human Rights Commission, actually, which also has a large number of members and often has vacancies. I'd love to see us kind of look at a standardized approach. I know with the Planning Commission, we have the district appointed and then just a handful of at-large. And if that were consistent across many of the commissions, I think that could be really functional. So I know we would be looking at options brought back, but
Right.
I would love to see something that's much smaller and standardized. That said, I know some of those commissions are large because they struggled to get a quorum, and so maybe they've added seats to try to get to that quorum, but that's a double-edged sword at times. So anyway, I just wanted to voice that one and the Human Rights Commission to me are large and present a challenge.
And just a quick reminder that these are all open meetings, so if you do change the membership, those people that were currently voting members will still be active and participants and encouraged to continue.
Okay. Supervisor Wilson?
Thanks. I think one of the reasons for the creation of the Fish and Game Commission was to, and I'm just guessing, I'm just kind of going from a vague memory, was a state statute or a mandate or a request for the recommendation for how we spend funds that are from enforcement actions through Fish and Game or Fish and Wildlife now. And so I don't know where that is in there, but I just want to make sure that sort of mandated. And I don't know if that state mandate required has a link to the number of participants or not. And but going to that, yes, I do think that we do have a few committees like this one and maybe human rights that do have a lot of folks in it. I think an alternative would be to actually add alternates as opposed to, so instead of having 3 appointments, you have 1 appointment and 1 alternate, and in that way you actually have a higher likelihood of getting quorums. So as a method. So that's what I have for those 2 things. Thanks.
Okay, so we have the Fish and Game will come back also, and then forestry review, same is fine. And then human rights, so we heard from 2 folks that possibly that would come back just for the amount of people that are on there and maybe to add some alternates. Anybody can raise their hand if they want me to stop. Law library. So we have 3 members currently on the law library, and they seem to be just reappointed every year. In this past year, we have heard, some dissatisfaction with the way that the law library is ran. And so I'm not sure if this is something, go ahead, Tracy.
You're probably not going to want to hear this, but the law library appointments are typically the board chair and 2 public members that are attorneys currently working within the local system, or a person designated by the board to represent the chair. And in the past, we have had open recruitment. When one of the current members chooses not to be reappointed or leaves, we have gone out and asked for applicants and then brought those just like any other at-large appointment, saying, we have a vacancy, here's the applications, and then you all make that appointment. Regardless of what the law library board recommends. So we have done that in the past. Currently, we have 3 members that are active and participating, and they are choosing to be reappointed. So that's kind of how that works.
Okay, so I think that, if we have people that are willing and able, maybe we should just leave that one alone. Is that okay? The board feels okay with that. And then the last one would be Project Trellis, and I don't think that we can. I'm going to look at council to see if we can get rid of that one today. Or would it need to come back?
I would recommend bringing that one back
Okay.
as well for discussion.
Okay, so I am going to go out to public comment, but just to wrap up, we're going to bring back aviation, fish and game, human rights, and Project Trellis. Does this board wish to have any other brought back? Go ahead, Supervisor Wilson.
No, I would just suggest that maybe Project Trellis be brought back on consent, because I don't really know if there is need for much discussion.
There.
Thanks.
Okay, so we will go to public comment on Zoom.
There is none.
Public comment in the room? Nope. Okay, so I'm going to bring it back to this board for a motion, and I think CAO Hayes has captured some things.
Yes, the motion would be to direct staff to return with to discussion item regarding the Aviation Advisory Committee to consider the membership, to develop an ad hoc to consider the membership and develop a charter/bylaws. To return on the Fish and Game, is it Advisory Committee? Mm-hmm. To consider the membership, as well as the Human Rights Commission to consider the membership, and to return on Project Trellis to disband.
I'll make that motion.
I want to add, though, that there was the first part of...
Can we have a second motion on that?
Yep, so we'll do this first motion on these items, and so we would look for a motion.
Before we look at the protocol, that would be great.
Yeah, and I moved the motion that was read by the CAO.
And I'll second.
And I want to thank staff, specifically Tracy, for going through all this, and thank you in advance for continuing on this iterative process of making things better and more efficient as we move forward. The drudgery.
Thank you. I want to check with Kaylee and make sure she captured that.
Kaylee, I can email that to you.
I just emailed you, thank you.
Okay, so go ahead and we'll take a motion on this first item.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn? Yep. Gosh, motion carries 5-0.
Okay, and then on the protocols?
Yes, if we could just revisit the protocol, and really the only consideration that I would recommend is the posting of the scheduled vacancy, how you feel about it. Right now, it's the 4 weeks. I'm saying 2 weeks, but I've also heard 4 weeks in front of, so it's really your prerogative.
Does someone have some thoughts? Supervisor Bohn?
What would be the easiest for staff, for you guys? Is there an advantage to either one, or do you have?
The advantage is for the board and commission that's having that vacancy. You know, Director Ford and I have had this discussion, and I really felt last year that your board might have changed the protocol, but it wasn't considered at the time. But because of the work that the Planning Commission does, having a vacancy is difficult for them. And we can manage whichever decision you all make. I would just prefer that it be consistent across all of the boards and commissions for the at-large vacancies.
Supervisor Arroyo?
I would agree that we need to not have a long period of vacancy, and that those it can be both confusing for people and result in a meeting that either doesn't achieve a quorum or where important business can't be conducted the way it should be. So I would say either a 2-week or an even 4-week period of time, if you feel that that can be accommodated so that there's not a gap, would be my preference.
Okay, so I know that this has created a problem before with Planning Commission, not that they haven't been able to have quorum, but it's confusing for the public and it's confusing for the member, the at-large member as well. And so my preference would be that we do it 4 weeks prior to, so that there's no lag. But if somebody wants to take if somebody wants to take a stab at a motion?
My motion is to do exactly what you just said.
So we will update the protocol for scheduled vacancies to post 4 weeks prior to the term expiration and bring the second appointment item as soon thereafter as that expiration within 4 weeks after.
Kaylee, did you capture that?
I'll second that.
So we have a first by Supervisor Wilson and a second by Supervisor Arroyo. Roll call, please.
Oh, just to be clear, so the rest of the protocol is approved in the staff report?
Yes.
Thank you.
Staff recommendations.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn? Yep. Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Chair Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes. And thank
Motion
you
carries
again.
5-0.
So thank you, and thank you to staff. I think we all are very dependent on our staff, which is Tracy and the clerks, for these boards and commission and keeping our stuff straight. So thanks so much. Next we will go on to planning and building, and Director Ford is coming up. And Director Ford, do you want to introduce the item?
Yes.
First of all, before you do that, I would just like to do a little process. So we're going to have staff report and around 15 minutes or something, you said.
Yep.
And then Mr. Garth could have 5 minutes at the podium, which will be timed to talk. And then we will go to the board with questions and thoughts. And then we will go to public comment, and then back to staff, and then back to the board. Does that sound okay, Director Ford?
That sounds great.
Okay, so it's your turn.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Bushnell and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm John Ford with Steve Lazar of Planning and Building. Joining us is Mario Carlson, Director of Environmental Health, to present the general plan amendment and rezone petition to change the land use and zoning at 473 Quarry Road. It's a little bit unusual in the fact that this has been the site of an ongoing effort to bring the site into compliance. And so there's also a status update associated with this, which is not normally part of a petition report. So the board directed staff to determine if there are alternatives to abatement of this site to bring resolution to the property. And one of those was to pursue a permitting option. The property owner has submitted a petition to pursue this pathway and has addressed most of, or many of the significant health concerns that were existing on the property. So we're presenting a recommendation that is the closest to the overall policy objectives of the county. Steve Lazar and Mario Carlson will now present the petition and the compliance update.
Mario, do you want to come to the other staff table, please? Thank you.
Yes, and do you have the clicker? It's right next to you.
Got it. Good morning, supervisors. This is Steve Lazar. I've been working on this project since the petition was submitted. I'm going to go through an overview of a number of things as outlined by Director Ford. So this is a general plan amendment and zone reclassification petition. This is for property in the West Haven area, or excuse me, the Trinidad area. Here's a location map showing where the project is located. You can see the main portion of Trinidad to the west, Highway 101 dividing it from the project location, which is access from Quarry Road and lies adjacent to Quarry. Here's some mapping showing current land use and zoning for this area. On the top of the slide, you can see the current land use map, and on the bottom, you can see the current zoning map. The parcel is planned timberland, and it's zoned agricultural general. The surrounding properties you can see on the map on the top of the slide are now planned residential estates. Some of them were not prior to the general plan update in 2017. They've since been planned to a more residential, higher density. This petition that we have before us today is to change the land use and zoning to residential multifamily instead of timberland for the land use, and residential medium density for the land use designation, multifamily for the zoning. And as outlined by the director, this is to help resolve an ongoing code case concerning unpermitted habitations, wastewater disposal, water sources, and junk vehicles. And this is just a slide that shows sort of a site plan. It's not a perfect one, but it's one that was provided to our department with the application, and I've kind of colorized some of to differentiate units that are more mobile in nature from those that are not. So we're going to give an update on the compliance efforts. The last time the board took up this matter was in early November, and during the meeting, there were a number of issues raised following a site inspection that was done by staff from the county departments. They identified that there were issues surrounding the wastewater facilities, and came up with a series of recommendations that were included in that board report. So we're going to go through each of those. The bold items are kind of the discrete recommendations that were part of the board's direction. So at this point, there was a requirement to disassemble the unpermitted pit privies that were on the site. That has been initiated, not completed at this juncture. A good chunk of it's been done, but what remains is the demolition of some of the masonry elements. Also, the septage that was on site, the applicant's been working with environmental health on that, but it is going to take a little bit longer than the time frame since the last board action. And Mario Carlson will be able to speak to that a little bit more detailed. You'll note that in the board report that was prepared, attachment 7 includes an overview of comments from the Environmental Health Division. Another part of the board direction was the installation and maintenance of 2 portable toilets and a hand washing station that was to sort of supplant what was the former wastewater treatment or wastewater system, and that has been completed and are in place. Additionally, the installation of a lockable cover at the top of the drilled well casing to help deal with potential contamination. That hasn't been completely performed, but there has been work done to that, and it seems to be going in the right direction. And then also, what has been performed is sampling of the water from the well. There was concern and question about the safety of the water source that serves the development, and That is to be done on a monthly basis, and the first of those samples was taken and provided to, it was taken on November 25th and provided to environmental health, and it confirmed there was no bacteria present in the sample. So, speaking very, broadly about those directions, I think it's safe to say that they're acting in good faith to work towards compliance with these public health directives, but there remains work to be done. With regard to the petition, the request made by the applicant is to change the land use and zoning of the property so that it is in a configuration that would qualify for permitting under some of our emergency housing provisions, which I'll get into. We don't believe that the approach being taken is the right pathway because it runs counter to some of the policies within our general plan as to where multifamily housing should be planned, should be sited. That's expected to be done in areas that are served by public water and wastewater services. So on a fundamental level, that wouldn't be appropriate in this location, but we'll get into how we think you can move as a board to achieve the goal of permitting the site. So the emergency housing villages and safe parking sites were added to the code last year. They were zoning ordinance amendments. They provided pathways for development that somewhat matches. I think the closest match would be the alternate lodge or alternate lodging parks. And so in that regard, there were some policy choices made at that time, specifically excluding certain zoning districts, such as Ag General, which this parcel is currently zoned. And it confined the allowances for permitting to commercial, residential, mixed use, and industrial zones. So looking at the property again and the land use and zoning maps, there really, under its current land use and zoning, isn't a pathway. However, instead of changing the land use of the mapping of the site, we believe a more appropriate, which is what is proposed, a more appropriate solution would be to work on amending the text of the zoning ordinance so that it accommodates this type of scenario, this type of zoning, because that would not run counter to our general plan, and it would achieve the same goal. So we don't believe we don't think it's appropriate to approve the petition as it's been proposed, and therefore and this kind of speaks to the policies. You can see here that in quoting our general plan, the residential medium density land use designation, which is pretty much our highest density residential designation in the county, 7 to 30 units per acre. It's only to be used in areas with full urban services. This is not the case. Nowhere in this entire map is that the case. So it really is not a good fit. So when receiving a petition, the board has the discretion to grant it or deny it or modify it, and we recommend that you modify it, and we're going to outline what those modifications are. So instead of going with the residential medium density, we did, in reviewing this proposal, identify that in the general plan update, when we replanned the area surrounding this property to residential estates, it really was inappropriate to leave this as a timberland parcel. And so in that regard, we think the appropriate fix would be to plan it to match the neighboring lands. That would match the density, it would provide consistency, and it would help with compatibility in terms of the zoning fix. So while it's not what the applicant has requested, we think it's appropriate given we're taking up that matter right now. Second, and this is the more precise of the changes that we're recommending, this would be to, instead of changing the zoning map, change the emergency housing provisions of the code that have been recently adopted to allow emergency housing in agricultural general zones planned for densities of 5 acres or less where located within a community planning area or rural community center. And that would really narrow the field. That wouldn't open up the entirety of the county in ag zones for this type of use. It would really confine it to areas that are either in an area with municipal services or close by, and it would also it would work for this proposal, as you can see. So, and then lastly, one of the other issues that is identified as in the current iteration of the emergency housing provisions, they're not to be allowed on roads that are not meeting the Category 4 standard. So that would need to be modified in this case. I've visited the site in terms of the road, and it's definitely not a Category 4 road by any measure. So those would be two technical tweaks, and I don't want to read through the chapter and verse, but these were included in the staff report. These would be what they look like in terms of changes to the code. We would add a language to the section that speaks to the zones where they're allowed, adding in the language I just mentioned. doing that in a couple different locations, and then adding in some language about access road requirements where it wouldn't just waive the project through, but require that an evaluation for the safety of the road for emergency access and for residential use would be appropriate. So moving from that, that's the technical aspects. We're recommending you approve the petition with those changes, not the original petition request, but with some slight tweaks. But we also think that it's appropriate to make note of some of the practical issues that will be in need of address in any path forward towards perfecting this land use. And so in that regard, there's kind of three legs of the stool. You have your building code requirements, you have your land use code requirements, and you have your public health issues. And each of those have to be addressed. The matter before you today is the land use element starting on that path. We don't know what the carrying capacity of the site is. There's some pivotal, investigations that need to be completed in order to establish that, and that will determine the capacity and ability to have on-site waste treatment. The water supply in terms of its quantity testing that hasn't yet been performed, and we'll get into that in a minute. And then I want to make note that we did have a meeting with the owner to try to begin these conversations about the technical aspects, and that was done on November 26th. And some of what I'm going through right now is things that were discussed that day. So with respect to the building code, and this is high level, I'm not an expert in the building code, but these are things that are going to come up in any effort to permit this site. Any structure built without a permit has to go through an as-built permitting process. That's whereby it's evaluated under the building code to see whether it actually meets those requirements that would have governed any permitted structure prior to its being built. And so the elements of that can be overcome in a variety of ways, but it involves an actual review of the structure by a qualified professional. And in most cases where you don't have standard construction, which seems to be the case in most of these structures, you usually have to have a civil engineer in the mix. That's just kind of the way that works. So civil engineer will be central to helping us negotiate that element of it in terms of getting it from being an unknown to a permitted site. And then also certification of all the elements of each structure for plumbing, heating, and electrical. That can be done by a contractor, a licensed contractor. In terms of the types of buildings that are out there, there are stick-built buildings, there are what we would call a membrane structure, something like a tent or a yurt, or an RV or movable home. Some of the existing school buses and things that have been modified would be in that camp. And each has their own kind of aspect to how they're treated under building permitting. So you don't apply the rules of the building code to a membrane structure like you would a stick-built structure. And the same goes with movable units are inspected when you buy a unit that is for an RV. It's been inspected before it ever got to the dealer and verified that it meets certain core safety requirements. So when you modify something after it's been built, or you take something that wasn't built for that intended purpose and modify it into living space, it needs evaluation. Additionally, one of the big issues from a building code standpoint is the ADA accessibility. So a certain percentage of the residential units will need to be accessible, not all of them, but a portion of them. And any facility that is accessible to everyone needs to be accessible to people that are disabled. So it has to be built to meet that standard, which is something that will be a challenge. But the way that what we talked about at the meeting was trying to kind of design the strategy for compliance in a way that's shrewd and finds the sweet spot, so that you don't try to make everything compliant. You pick the best targets for it, and then that's where you sink your investment. And it remains to be seen how easy that's going to be, but that is going to be a big part of it. And then I'm going to speak quickly on the public health aspects and then hand it off to Mario. So I'm not going to get into those details too much, but for one of the things that came up pretty quickly is where you have more than 15 service connections supplying water to 25 or more individuals a day for 60 days a year. You're a community water system, and you're subject to state oversight in addition to environmental health. So there may be some, sizing the system to that will be a part of the art of achieving compliance. And then moving on to the water system as well, an evaluation for making sure that there's sufficient quantity on hand to serve the scale of the development. That's going to be part of the analysis, and that requires dry weather testing of the water source during the appropriate period, which I believe is usually August through September. So, and then last but not least, the wastewater system. As I mentioned at the beginning, we'll need, there need to be a development of a plan for an on-site waste treatment system, a septic system. Wet weather testing is necessary because portions of the property, not all of the property, but parts of the property are wet. And so in order to be able to meet county code with regard to our septic system requirements, there needs to be the testing to then determine the areas that are suitable for it, and then the sizing of those systems will determine the carrying capacity to a certain extent. And it will also work with, kitchen facilities and things like that that are going to be upstream from these wastewater treatment facilities are going to need to be sited accordingly so that you don't have issues with gravity or with access to those facilities where the ADA is going to be challenging. So there's kind of a lot of different pieces to that. And I think, so I'm going to move it over to, let's go back to Mario to kind of speak more on the public health standpoint, and then we'll move on to our recommendations after that.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Is this mic on? Try again. Sounds like it's working now. Chair Bushnell, members of the board, thank you. Mr. Lazar did a great job in summarizing the project and the public health concerns. We have seen a lot of collaboration with Mr. Garth and representatives of Yeehaw, and we appreciate that collaboration. And we do not object to consideration of the petition to change as proposed and as articulated by Mr. Lazar. Attachment 7 was included, and I would like to clarify one thing related to the minimum water supply. And I think I had it wrong in requiring the dry weather pump tests. And if the emergency housing ordinance were to be amended, the water supply consideration could be clarified in that discretionary process of the conditional use permit. So it wouldn't be a dry weather pump test necessarily, but minimum water supplies should be demonstrated. I mean, minimum sanitation requirements need adequate water supply. What that means for a proposed multifamily dwelling, and I'm thinking analogous to a RV park or something like that, that would be determined by a consultant, I would expect, and finally approved by the Planning Commission during the discretionary review. The bigger thing is the questionable permit history of the existing water wells and the potential for the site to do and support permitted accommodations and housing. We don't have a site evaluation completed. This is a variance prohibition area and requires site evaluation in which we're looking at a soil profile pit to really understand on-site soils and capacity to engineer a system in the presence of a DEH representative. That really is the beginning and end to design of on-site wastewater treatment system. And the public water supply, that will ultimately be determined by the capacity of the parcel. So if that parcel is proposed to support a community of 25 folks or more, then yes, public water supply and division of drinking water would need to be involved. Less than 25 and fewer than 15 connections could precipitate regulation by environmental health in the county.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Ford, is there anything else before I ask Mr. Garth if he would like to comment?
Yeah, we just would like to give you the summary of the recommendation.
Sure.
Thank you, through the chair. So the summary is, I want to just kind of speak to some of the higher level things. This is prompting a reconsideration of policy decisions that were made by the board and the Planning Commission and under the emergency housing rules that would need to be revisited. But given the nature of the scenario, this is the most elegant way to approach it. They don't resolve the code enforcement case by changing the code. It would only provide the pathway. The use permit would still be subject to discretion by the planning commission. It would be subject to CEQA. And also, the cost of bringing this into compliance with the requirements that we outlined under the structural requirements of the code, the public health considerations, those are unknowns at this point. And honestly could be in excess of $100,000. Really, really hard to speculate on that. We recommend that you act on the petition as modified and outlined today. Despite those unknowns, it would help move this ball forward in terms of resolving these ongoing violations. And we recommend placing parameters on the effort to complete this and set a timetable for its completion. And this last slide is that timetable is included in the board report. That would be a submittal of a complete application for the actual general plan change and zoning ordinance amendments by March 7th, then followed up by a use permit application that would include additional materials and information by May 7th, and then at that point, action, this is a very fast time frame, bringing this forward to for action at the board on August 5th. So this would be back before you in August, and then action on this. The use permit itself, presuming the code gets amended as outlined, would go before the Planning Commission on September 18th. So that would be the new timetable moving forward should everyone come to agreement on this approach. And with that, I'll end my presentation.
Okay, thanks so much. Mr. Garth, would you like to respond? So you'll have 5 minutes. And this is the timer here. When this yellow comes up, you've got 30 seconds.
I'll probably be short.
Okay.
This isn't our first dance. We in the county have been doing this for quite a while. There's been a lot of testing already. You haven't shut me down yet because we keep taking steps forward, and you keep taking steps forward, and I appreciate that. We've already done a lot of testing. We'll do more testing in the future. I did propose that we'd put in a big old, the nicest bathroom that we've seen. You've probably seen nicer ones, but, a pretty nice one. And it won't be that cheap, and it won't be immediate. I mean, I just found out that we're having a wet weather testing since November. That's good news to me. I thought it didn't start till February. But it's been a good wet year. And yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't make myself a cheat sheet. Yeah, and I do appreciate the staff working really hard. And you guys did pass all those shelter ordinances, and I don't know if you've gotten any takers yet, but perhaps this will help move it along. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to bring it back to the board at this time, and Supervisor Bohn had some questions.
Steve, and you said this right at the end, and you talked about the water supply, about the sizing and the art of compliance and the art of probably denial both ways. And I don't know what the art of compliance, what does that mean? What does the art of compliance, so they can get a water system if you paint it right? I mean, I don't know.
So I guess what I'm implying is that when you design your project, whatever it might be, designing it where maybe you don't get everything you want, but you get 90% of it, because to get that last 10% could be really expensive and logistically challenging. So finding that art of the balance of keeping what you want to achieve, but not going so hard that it's going to break your pocketbook or make for a very difficult, road.
All right, I wasn't sure on that. And then I want to applaud staff, because this is almost record time from having something that came in front of us not that long ago, and all of a sudden we're at this point. So I thank you for that. Now, we're talking about amending the community areas. We have about 20 of them, 22 of them. So this is going to open the door, if we grant this, even though they need a conditional use permit, because I've already got one phone call from Hydesville, and the whole Avenue of the Giants. Dolly's going to love this and things like this. We're going to open the door for these people that have, especially ones that are established that we've been arguing about. This is going to basically open the door for all of these, because we've now taken a facility that has been historical issue, and now we've done everything we can to make it a non-historical and make it work, and done everything we can, and the progress that has been made. And as we congratulate them on the progress that's been made, the regression that has happened in my district from this, because a lot of the vehicles that were taken from Trinidad are now stored in Lolita. So the problem didn't go away, the problem got moved. These are abandoned vehicles that create runoff, all sorts of hazardous materials. I mean, the same, yada, yada, we go over. So it's a situation that got moved. It didn't get fixed. And sometimes I feel like we're doing this is, well, hey, if we do this and this, can we do this? And then we're going to be September. It's not going to be done in September. We know that. It's not going to be done in September. I was hoping we'd have a better presentation of what they had planned. What does this do? I'm worried about the community plan areas that this is going to affect, the over 20 of them, because if somebody has 5 or 7 acres, and in all honesty, if we pass this, according to our emergency housing ordinance, they can put 18 units per acre if they can meet the water and sewer requirements.
That is correct.
And they can do it on something less than a level 4 road?
That is the proposal. Yes.
We're bending, and I appreciate this, bending over backwards for this, but it seems like this is pretty extreme. And I appreciate what Mr. Garth has done, and I mean, but these are conditions that we're charged with bringing forward. So I worry about the other areas this is going to affect, because it affects places in my area. I think all our districts but one. So it opens a door. And we're just opening it if we do this, and I don't know where I'm going on this, but the whole avenue is we open a bigger situation, and I can remember this coming in the general plan in 2012, 13, 14. These were, when we did these community plan areas, this was a big deal. So can you give me an idea on?
So I'm going to actually request that all the supervisors give you their questions, and if you could answer all of them at the end, if that would be okay. And so if Supervisor Bohn has more questions, then go ahead. Okay.
That's a start.
Okay. So we also are going to go out to public comment after this one round of questions from the supervisors, and then staff will have an opportunity to answer the rest of our questions when we come back. So I'm going to give Supervisor Madrone, since it's in his district, an opportunity to speak now.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. But yeah, I think a great deal of thanks need to go out to staff in Department of Environmental Health, Planning and Building, the Health Department. There's been a lot of people involved really trying to figure out how to make this work. But also to Charles and the residents, who I know have worked really hard over the last couple of months to clean up abandoned cars, garbage, junk, and dismantle the privies and other things. So thank you all for that effort, as was spoken by Mario and others, as well as Charles. It's really appreciated. Does this open the door? Yeah, thank goodness, because we have a housing problem. And, we can look at this a lot of different ways. I appreciate what Supervisor Bohn talks about in regards to, Fields Landing and other places where abandoned cars show up and different things. It's certainly an issue. But, we make all these ordinances to try and solve some of our housing problems, our large homeless population, but there aren't any takers, as was mentioned, really. None of that's happening. And the very few providers of services trying to use the safe parking ordinance or other housing options are some of our local nonprofits who were struggling even when there was funding available to help them manage it, but that funding's disappearing. It's become far more scarce. So there has been no takers really on utilizing these ordinances in any long-term fashion. So I've long believed that when we have private landowners, and I think even in Southern Humboldt with Southern Humboldt Opportunities, Housing Opportunities has also gotten $2.5 million and are proposing to work with some private landowners to actually provide some tiny house villages or other kinds of accommodations. So does our efforts to adapt and modify our ordinances to make it possible to be able to create more housing opportunities for low-income individuals open the door? Yes, and I think that's a fantastic thing. Because in my district, you know, these 25 or so individuals, potentially if they were homeless, would represent about 10% of the homeless population in my district. So if we can, instead of creating more homeless, if we can work with private landowners, we can work with residences to make sure it's safe and sanitary, and really try and accommodate something that is alternative. Yeah, they're not the kinds of structures most of us are lucky enough to live in because we're wealthier or connected or entitled or whatever. That's unfortunate for a lot of people. But if we can actually create ordinances that provide that safety and sanitation and the rest of it, but it's, you know, non-conforming, it's alternative, where's the harm? In fact, the harm is in not doing that and ending up with even more people out on the streets, which is a really horrible and very unsafe and very unsanitary place to be. So I applaud staff, I applaud the residents in Charles for trying to figure out how to work together and do this. It's interesting, you know, I understand the ANSI certification for RVs, for instance, a little label that goes on the RVs, et cetera. But it's long been known that RVs degas. They may have a little metal tag on them talking about their safety, but they're actually far more unsafe to live in long-term than a bus, which doesn't have any of that insulation or other things that are degassing in the walls, et cetera. But buses don't have the ANSI little tag on them, right? So, I mean, do any stoves that are put in these structures need to be done in a way that's to code and safe? Yes, absolutely, for heating and things like that. But, you know, it's going to take a lot of kind of thinking through what is the real goal here, and a bus is not a dangerous place to live in.
Supervisor Madrone, I'm sorry to interrupt, but do you have a question for them? Because we're going to wrap up
So
after
one of the-
public comment.
Yeah, thank you for
Okay.
focusing.
Thank you.
Appreciate that, instead of my 20-minute speech here. Sorry. Well, I just felt it was important to state those things from the beginning. At any rate, I've done that. Thank you for that discussion. I do support staff recommendations and the findings, but I also want to go just one step forward further and recommend that we also consider modifying the waterless toilet ordinance. Because if through wet weather testing, we can see that there is in fact, well, we already know there's 2 septic systems on the property. And if that wet weather testing shows that those leach fields are good, or there are other places on the property, it's 10 acres, that in fact would support septic systems, the ordinance allows for a waterless toilet in those kinds of conditions, but only in single-family residence properties. So just like we're thinking about modifying these ordinances to allow ag, could we consider, there's the question, could we consider modifying the waterless toilet ordinance so that if there are adequate septic systems on the site, the waterless toilet could be something in addition to, right? Because frankly, a waterless toilet done right is far less polluting than a septic system. Trinidad, the entire Trinidad, West Haven, North Trinidad area is all on septic systems. And my question is, do you really think that none of those systems are polluting the groundwater just because they're a permitted septic system? I think we all know that's not the case. In fact, Trinidad systems fail for different reasons. So I would like to, you know, ask the question that can we consider modifying that ordinance to allow for that, because it is a really safe and sanitary way to deal with human waste. On the Category 4 road, I appreciate the consideration for possibly allowing for that. I would say that, you know, if you look at what we're doing with the quarry there's been a lot of work to try and work on providing improved safety mechanisms. So I would ask you to consider, is that part of the improvements, you know, working together as a neighborhood that would help allow for that category 4 or equivalent type of process there. And other than that, I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Wilson and then Supervisor Arroyo.
Thanks. Does, in terms of this multifamily consideration, and you guys talked about services around sewer and water, do we also consider, and I guess a little bit around transport, and then also transportation in terms of its link to public transit, as well as garbage service? I think that, is that something that we would have, and you don't answer now because we're not doing that, sorry. We're trying a new mode here. So I just want to put that in there, so on your notes. Second question is around, you know, our staff time in devoting to this versus what the fees are. Are we being made whole in regards to that? And I want to put out there, it's in some cases we do put a little investment in when there's a public good, you know, around that versus just any old private developer, and I get that, but at the same time, it's something we need to be responsible to. I have another question around the land use designation versus the zoning, which we haven't updated the zoning to meet the land use designation, and that's obvious from your maps, and the sort of the estates designation, and why we have this island. So what's the history around that? Was it just because the landowners around that made those requests, and then those requests were granted by the Board of Supervisors at that time, and there was no request made by this landowner to make that zoning change, which speaks to spot zoning issues, and then which again is a concern of mine. And then actually speaking to Supervisor Bohn's question around the impacts to not just other in terms of the zoning or the ordinance amendments, not just to the community plan areas, but also to the other municipalities. So we have, for instance, City of Arcata, City of Eureka, City of Fortuna that also have AE zonings that surround them, and what is that consideration would we have? All that in understanding this, it would be conditional use permit, and so everyone will be considered different. That's my concerns and questions. Thanks. Oh, and fire. Sorry, one more question about that in terms of like density and fire protection in this area. Thanks.
Supervisor Arroyo.
My colleagues have covered most of it, and I really appreciate the thoroughness of the staff documents and presentation. I just hope that you could reiterate, you know, as we're closing today, what's in the staff report around the timeframes. I found that very helpful, and I know you kind of touched on it in your presentation, but I'd just like to ask that you reiterate it, as I found it really helpful to think about how this is all going to roll out in the coming year, because it's going to take some time, and that we need to see those, you know, those milestones. If this board chooses to kind of proceed today with accepting the application, et cetera, that we would have those all in the kind of front of our minds. So that's all I had, and thank you for finding a path forward, even though it's a complicated one.
Okay. Thank you. So my concerns are, my board has echoed some of my concerns as well. I would be concerned with the amendments that we would, first of all, the Category 4 road, that we don't make exceptions for very often anywhere, and have been a real stickler on the Category 4 roads throughout the county with every other permit that we have issued. And then also with allowing that it would be, you know, in the Hydesville area, on the Avenue of the Giants, in the southern Humboldt area. And those are subdivisions there that also have, are they CCs, is that what they're called? Or within their subdivision ordinances, they have like
rules and regulations for their
The CCNRs.
Yeah. So what would that do? And I know that we as a board or a county don't regulate those, but what would that look like if we do this and then something similar comes around in the Hydesville area where they really are strict about those? And I think that would be all my questions at this time. And so I want to know from you, Director Ford, do you want to answer these questions of the board now, or do you want to go to public comment? And we're going to take a 5-minute break for restroom use. But do you want to answer these questions now, or do you want to go to public comment?
Really is your discretion. We can do it either way. It may make more sense if there's anything that is raised by the public to be able to answer those at the same time.
Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute break right now, and then we'll come back, and then we'll go to Zoom public comment, and then to public comment in the room. Please, I want to just caution everybody with the public comment that we're talking about the plan amendment and zone reclassification. Nothing else today. That's what we're going to stick to on the public comment today. Okay, thank you. 5 minutes. So we're going to start with Zoom public comment, please.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. Caller 9277, I'm going to unmute you, and you do have 3 minutes.
Hi, your cooperation and active care is revolutionary. The situation with this land represents a larger social justice issue. I agree with Madrone. The importance of helping with low-income housing is key here to ensure that not only the rich are the ones with the right to shelter and stability. Requirements of expenses such as large roads or other largely expensive endeavors negate this right. So I would encourage us to provide help to ensure a low-income housing actually is able to be provided for those who have low income. They can risk their own safety as an individual feels fit with their autonomy. This is still better than being on the streets or in other unsafe environments. We need to make sure we can help with ensuring health and safety in the ways of providing grants and funding through non-for-profit status, which we can get for this land, or other measures. And I would encourage us to diverge, and this is my question, if there is a way to get grants and funding towards this endeavor of low-income housing that could be applied to this land. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 2781, I'm going to unmute you, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello all, I wanted to express my support for the Yeehaw intentional community and thank the planners for working towards a solution. I believe that the current emergency tiny house designation is appropriate for this parcel. Given the recent allocation of the Federal Emergency Solutions Grant Program to the county of $900,000 in 2024 and the future funding from 2025 to 2026, I believe that the county should and could work to develop programs to help low-income citizens build real, lasting, and secure housing that they own, and hopefully the county can consider allocated support from those funds for homesteads like this one. I am currently helping someone navigate the City of Arcata's manufactured loan program. Her main concern with the program is that she will be subjected to some of the issues she faced while living in another RV park in Arcata, where she was regularly exposed to raw sewage flooding the bathroom. She also had to report abuse and neglect as a mandated reporter, which ended in the death of a young mother. There was regular crime and a general lack of cleanliness and a neglect of infrastructure. Many of the issues we see in RV parks locally are worse than what we are seeing at EHAWs. Allocating grant funding to a greater variety of housing and bringing them up to code would do a lot of good. The RV parks do not have space for new manufactured homes to be placed on site. The only option is to purchase an existing home from them, many of which do not meet standards for grant funding or traditional loans, nor have we been able to find financial institutions to lend as a second to the city. A local credit union may be willing to help, so fingers crossed that will happen. But I think the county needs to look outside of corporate-owned housing and commercially zoned parcels for low-income solutions and help people build actual ownership in the form of tiny homes that they can place on a parcel of their own choice, where they can retain the value and build a real future. The quality of people's lives and the community support that they have, especially for children and what they're exposed to, should be considered because it determines their success and well-being overall. Yeehaw would be a great receiver site and is already creating goodness in the world, and we should support that.
Thank you. Caller 7108, I'm going to unmute you and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, I would like to agree with the past callers and say that I agree with everything that Steve Madrone has said regarding it, especially the composting toilets, the Category 4 roads or equipment. I've seen a lot of permits that the road really wasn't Category 4, but they have the equivalent, so I'm hoping something can work out for Yeehaw like that. The problem with the housing here in Humboldt County, here in southern Humboldt, we are continually having problems with the people living out in the woods and on the street, and having this place that Yeehaw is providing a safe environment. And it's not like, well, we'll just get rid of all those people. It'll be safer for them to be living out in the woods or the street or I don't know what. So I encourage, and I want to thank staff for working with the people at Yeehaw as well. And I would hope the county could support this as much as possible. If there's some grant funding, it sounds like, it's going to cost a huge amount of money to get all this permitted. I was glad to see that the well report came back. Yes, they have clean water. So thanks again, and thank you, Supervisor Madrone, for all you've done by going to this place and working for these people and advocating for alternative lifestyles. So, thank you.
Thank you. Caller 0933, I'm going to unmute you and you have 3 minutes. Zero 0933. Okay, on to the next caller, 0151. I'm going to unmute you and you will have 3 minutes. 01.
Russell here. So Yeehaw Ranch has been for decades providing for people that the county has not provided for. When people come and want to live in an intentional village, sometimes, most often, it's because the county hasn't given them an opportunity to have a place to live. So what needs to happen is that the county needs to look at how many decades has Charles been paying to do what the county really should have been responsible to do, and not make it hard for him to continue. So there was some people from Yeehaw thought they had to move. They came down to Southern Humboldt. They saw a house that they wanted to, rent. The price was higher, way higher than they were paying, but they were going to try to figure it out. And only to find out that they weren't happy there because they wanted to be around other children. So when you have people that have been in trauma, being homeless, it's a terrible thing, and people don't often fully recover from that. So we need to get nonprofits, we need to get the federal government involved in helping to make this work. And I'm so grateful to the planning department for looking at this and going forward. Composting toilets, by the way, in 2005, there was a big presentation where we agreed to end homelessness in 10 years. That would be 2015. And the use of composting toilets, as long as there was one other toilet that was a customary toilet on site, was allowed to be using composting toilets. We actually tried one to see what it was like, and it's really much, much nicer than using a regular toilet and much better for the environment. The trash hauling, there are cars that are left. There's a place called Willett's Towing, and they will come and they will take these for probably 1/10 the cost of anybody in Humboldt County. So remember, Willett's Towing will help to get these cars, get rid of these cars, and we need to remember that number. And it's really embarrassing that nobody in Humboldt County will take an old car for less than $1,200. That's embarrassing. So that's Willett's Towing. And then case management. Humboldt County and Health and Human Services need to offer case management for everybody that's been at Yeehaw and find out what they need. And as you find out what they need, you'll find that they need to have services like a free dump day, like some additional funds. If they had additional funds so that they could live someplace else, they'd rather live there and be able to use a little bit of money to help clean things up. I think I'm over to.
Thank you. Caller 7718, I'm going to unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Ken Swarovski from Mexico. I strongly support what you're trying to do here. You know, the state and everybody needs to come to realization that RVs, travel trailers, tent trailers, and all those things are going to have to be somehow, in reconverting school buses and whatever, it's going to have to be some sources of housing. It's just too expensive back in California, so I strongly support you continue to move on with Yeehaw and what all the other speakers have been saying, and agreeing again with Stephen. So thank you, Mark. Can you speak from Mexico?
Thank you. Caller 2508, you have 3 minutes and I'm going to unmute you.
Hello. I just want to say that the housing issue is huge, but when I look at these pictures and the uncare of how these toilets and sanitation has been conducted, it's pretty sad. He's had many chances to do something about it. People have said that he's been doing this for decades, and it's only been since the county showed up that anything has really been done. What to say he's actually going to do anything once the county leaves, and we'll probably just be in the same situation in a few years from now, if not sooner. Today he had a chance to really show that he wants to try and be convincing, and he didn't do that. It was only the county who was there to help out to support this. If he can't do it on his own and he needs county help, this should not be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 0933, I am going to unmute you and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Tom Grover from Redway. Good afternoon, supervisors. I've been involved in this issue for decades now, including Garth, as well as all of the problems with homeless people and zoning, the general plan update. I really am impressed by how much the county has done to move on with these issues of small houses and the Garth issue and public, quasi-public housing. I would like to say that the ag land part of the alternative lodge parks is a really good idea. I think people don't really want these communities within the middle of a city, but they don't want them out in the rural areas either. I think Garth's place is kind of a nice compromise between them. So I applaud the county for doing that and think you should approve of this. The county has, yes, gotten on Garth's case, but they also ignored all of his petitions in the past. They just let it sit on their table for years. As far as compost toilets goes, the county council referred to the night soil as high potential for contamination, but it showed no contamination when they did the bacterial tests of the water. So why have tests every month? I find that they're getting a little carried away with this stuff, and waterless toilets was never properly vetted with the public as it was for all the other code issues involving septic systems. And it should be done because it's critical to getting sites that are borderline to come into compliance. Okay, there's been a lot of stuff about how the county is liable for decisions they make. They're not liable for anything they may decide. That's silly. They can pass stuff through waivers and exceptions, and they can make this work. It is difficult. I understand that. There's a lot of laws that were made that don't really apply to this situation. And I would just ask you to please try to be positive about this because there's lives at stake here. Borderline to
Thank you. Caller 26868, I'm going to unmute you and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm a local nurse, RN, and I'd just like to say that we have to be careful about setting a precedent here because this is not just about this one incident. People are trying to develop this kind of community all over California because of the situation. And another thing, as a psych nurse, understanding that people who are homeless and traumatized by it often have an inability to plan more than 2 or 3 days. So having a spot to get their strength up and get their thoughts together so they can move forward and decide to stay where they are or move forward to another place. I mean, they come up with first and second and whatever, have good credit to get a place is extremely difficult, even getting your ID and birth certificate and whatnot that needs to be done to move forward. And I don't think that squashing this out for people in the future who have similar ideas is I think a really rough idea. And also a lot of people are homeless with different psych issues or not, tend to be distrustful of the state, and to have the state as the only means to turn to, I think is also gonna cause some issues. People need something else to do besides turn just to the state, although that should be available too. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Bushnell, that is all.
Okay, so we're going to go to public comment in the room. If I could have everybody that would like to speak kind of line up. I want to remind you that we are talking about the general plan amendment and zone reclassification petition. And just in time, if your comment has already been stated, it is okay to say ditto on the past commenter, but you're all welcome to use your 3 minutes. Come forward, sir.
Hi, I'd just like to bring a few things up here. As far as the water situation, I'd like to note that there are in fact 24 residents in Arcata and 12 water connections, not 25 and 15. I'd like to point out that on Quarry Road, this was admitted by Mercer Frazier a few years ago at Trinidad City Hall meeting, that at one point they had 180 double trucks going in and out a day on that road, and it was never an issue. I think that ought to be considered. Trinidad is close enough to public facilities, transportation, to be a viable situation for us to live and to still commute and get to work. And it's by having us in town and working jobs there, it is actually bolstering the local community in Trinidad. Septic requirements to have another septic system on site, it seems a little silly given that septics that are coded fail regularly in the wet season in Humboldt County. I'd like to thank Ed Denson for making this possible in the first place. Yeehaw is proving effective at addressing the homelessness issue when homelessness in California has increased 18% in the last year, despite billions going towards it. So yes, I thank you all for the work you're doing, working with us and working with the situation. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi there. My name is Michael Lanier. I am a student, senior at Cal Poly studying biology, and I am also a resident of Yeehaw. Yeehaw is, before the hammer fell on Yeehaw and they couldn't take any more people in, I was brought in. I was going to school and I had a housing crisis and I had to find a place to stay. I ended up talking to the county and I pretty much got a case number and never heard back from anyone. However, I fell into Yeehaw and they gave me a nice, safe, sane place to study and live. And Yeehaw is an amazing community that serves a lot of good purpose in the community. It keeps a lot of people off the streets. Charles has been keeping this going for many years and at least preventing some amount of homelessness in the county, something the county pays a great deal of money to try to mitigate, what with Arcata House and whatnot. This gives Yeehaw a pretty good purpose and need to exist. When you're considering the zoning, it's kind of a necessary thing. Out here in Humboldt County, housing is getting more and more expensive. I have been priced out of a couple of places. I have stayed in places out in Eureka that were just filled with mold without any kind of ventilation. This place I'm in right now is much more comfortable. And while the county isn't completely wrong, there are things that need to be addressed, like the electrical, and as you were saying, the stovepipes. Like, we need to have we need to ensure that while we're doing this, no one's going to get hurt. Safety and those kind of considerations are important, but also is keeping people there. Like you were saying, Mr. Bohn, that the cars don't go anywhere, they just move. Well, same with people, and people are a little bit more important than where cars are going. Like, we all need somewhere to live. And we need, I urge the council here to try to get things mitigated, safe electrical, safe water. That's important, but don't get too onerous with these demands of cost. Like I've seen things like y'all want sprinkler systems and like UV water filtration systems when a 2-micron filter could work for the water just as well. Please consider working with Charles and other people who need to have this kind of housing, because it's just not there in regular stint in Eureka. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi, I'm Diana, and I live at Yeehaw, and I love it there very much. It would be my first choice. And if I were a millionaire, it would be my first choice of a place to live, and I'm quite serious about that. And the time I have left on this earth, I would like to put my energy into Yeehaw and make it. And you know, I've got all kinds of ideas and everything. And if I had any assurance that we could do that, oh boy, it's just so wonderful. And I really appreciate your really trying to work with us and really coming up with solutions. It's just so heartening to hear that coming from the county. The road, it's so funny. I don't have a car. I walk to the bus stop, and I'm perfectly happy doing that. I love it. I need the exercise anyway. And you know, a lot of us don't have cars. A lot of us, there's bicycles and stuff we use, and a few cars, of course. But I mean, Mercer Fraser with these and we need a Category 4 road for us when Mercer Fraser has these like giant machines going up and down all the time. It's just like really wild. It seems like a little bit out of balance somehow. And the same thing out of balance with the compost toilet idea. Yes, we do need one septic, or at least one septic, and I think maybe 3 would be really great, because after all, you do have to rinse dirty diapers, and sometimes you have diarrhea and you have to wash your buckets out and everything. You need a place that will accommodate water along with poop. But for general use, of course, there's nothing like the compost toilets. I mean, in warm places in the desert, using no water, and they compost quickly. But in our place, of course, we have too much water, which is the reason the septic systems aren't nearly as good. Whereas when we had our compost toilet working correctly, high and dry, nothing getting into the environment, and really it's just like so much better. I was so happy to be able to poo in such a way that is environmentally beneficial. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Joanne McGarry, and I live in Arcata, and I've never yet been to Yeehaw, although I've known about it. I really appreciate this discussion and what the county is considering as you know, something to make this stay viable for people who really want to be there and need to be there. I went to school at UC Davis, and alternative housing and living and lifestyle was always something that fascinated me, coming from Los Angeles in a regular single-family home environment. But the thing is, at Davis, they had Baggins End on campus, which were the domes, and there was controversy about that. They created a neighborhood in Davis called Village Homes, which was, you know, designing things not to code, and it was future thinking. And what is happening here with this discussion right now is future thinking. I also lived 7 years in Santa Barbara and got exposed to a lot of visionary thought, and saw the film Garbage Warrior about Mike Reynolds, the architect who built the spaceship housing in New Mexico. And I met Richard Register, who was EcoCity Design, and really future thinking ideas that aren't your classic cookie cutter corporate way of forcing people into cubicles to live. And the final job I had at Santa Barbara was at a fancy schmancy campground on the Gaviota Coast called El Capitan Canyon. And it's where a lot of rich and famous people decided to come and glamp. And it was yurts and safari tents and modest little cabins, and they designed their system for dealing with waste with dry wells. And it was just sort of interesting when I'm hearing all this discussion about, you know, trying to get people proper housing, people paid lots of money to live this kind of way for a short term. And I'm just really applauding this discussion about reconsidering. And if you're concerned about it's going to run rampant all through Humboldt County, you know, maybe consider this as a pilot, experimental look, see how we can do this. And then from that point, it can expand, because people are sleeping in the Arcata Marsh and polluting it, and people are sleeping up in the forest. And, you know, if you have people, and the children we talked about earlier today, children mentoring, learning about nature, and not living in these really stark conditions like motel rooms or whatever, we really need to look at this as a future example of how we can live.
Thank you. Next, please. Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name's Heather. Couple of things. First of all, about the opening up the door, like she was just saying, like that was a terrible thing or something, but that seems like a pretty good thing, to open up the door for more communities to house people, especially like she said, if we could make Yeehaw a pilot and go from there. And then about junk vehicles, it was interesting that someone called and said that you have to call someone in Willits to get junk vehicles. I personally, my daughter moved to Hawaii recently, and she left her car in front of my house. So I have a car parked in front of my house that I literally gave the title to John's auto record to 3 months ago. It's still in front of my house. And I'm just wondering, as a county, what do we do with the junk vehicles? I'm trying to get my one vehicle over to John's, and it's not happening. So that seems like something that's, you know, a personal, people can't just move it. I mean, the county has to do something about, I mean, there's nobody that takes junk vehicles. That's just kind of crazy. So that's an aside. And the last thing I wanted to mention, again, people are talking about the road, and the Category 4 road requirement is, yeah, really ridiculous when you see Mercer Fraser using their gigantic trucks going up and down the road. And then the other thing too about being near services, it's a walk down to the bus, and then it's, you know, we're not that far from services, or they're not that far from services. That's about all.
Thank you. Next, please. Hi, welcome.
Hi, Doug Smith, Arcata. I tried to participate in a lot of these meetings, and this is my first time speaking in many years. I was not able to participate in the process for the composting toilet, and I don't even think I've gotten a copy of it or know how to get a copy of it. I guess we're developing an ordinance here. I haven't seen anything written down. And so I'm wondering what exactly we're speaking to. And it seemed from the discussion of the board that the board is having the same problem. For me, like receiving the ordinance for the composting toilet, I was amazed to see that it required electrical, it required all these other things that have nothing to do with a privy that is not a pit privy. You know, and the education out there that this county needs to do with its rural residents to tell them not to build pit privies. You know, the idea of an above ground privy is that it's the temperature allows everything to compost. And if you put it in the ground, it's never going to compost because the temperature never gets warm enough. But so, you know, to me, doing this ordinance is a really positive thing, but it also needs to be planned out so that the impacts are not great. You know, having a stable road and having repairs on the road, fixing potholes, that kind of thing, is usually done on private roads by the residents. And I haven't seen the amount of traffic from the Yeehaw community to see that the road needs more improving than it's been. I mean, I lived there for a decade. I don't currently live there, but I use that road once a week maybe, and I think it's fine. The quarry used to fix it, and if the quarry is no longer there, then I guess it'll be the county's responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's anybody else that wants to make comment after this last one, please get in line, or this will be the last public comment. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Allison Murphy. I'm in Bridgeville now, but I used to live at Yeehaw a long time ago. Wow, several people have told us you need to look up the code for rural community centers, and I had a really hard time finding it. I looked several times and couldn't find it. Finally, my friend pulled it up on his laptop, and I got the URL, and then I went and printed it out and looked at it, and when Charles, Garth, and I read it together, but we still didn't understand what it meant, and it took these people with their zoning map and their land use designation map to figure it out for us what it meant. It meant that we needed that RE designation, and that would make the ag zoning work. If you were willing to modify the ordinance to include ag with a conditional use permit, that conditional use permit allows you to choose each person. It's got more, conditions on it than just the regular ordinance itself. So it gives you a degree of control. But also it gives those of us who have been driving on this highway for miles and miles and miles, and we're just so anxious for that bathroom break, and where is the off-ramp? Where is the off-ramp? We can't find it anywhere. Are we gonna have to pull over on the side of the road? Here it is. Here's our off-ramp. Thank you so much for finding our off-ramp.
Thank you. That will close public comment, and we will come back to staff and Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. So I'm going to go back to responding to some of the questions that first came from the supervisors, and then address a couple things that came from the public. The first was whether or not we could revisit the waterless toilet ordinance. That is a decision by the board. I'm going to let Mario Carlson provide any comments he wants on that. But obviously it's the board's discretion to give direction whether or not something should be updated or not. In terms of the category 4 road, would part of the improvements be to work with the existing quarry operator that's there? Those are really two separate discussions. Normally when there's an application on file that's being considered, there's the nexus test, what's related to the application, and that would really be the focus of the review, not what already exists. And then part of the concern with the multifamily is that, yes, there are the strict limitations that are included within the general plan and the zoning in terms of being within areas that are serviced by utilities, but it is also the intent that those zonings be close to transportation, be close to services, and that is really why those are encouraged to be in those locations. That was part of what we tried to do when thinking through limiting the AG zone to within community plan areas, because largely the community plan areas have some degree of development. So they have some degree of services and perhaps some level of even transportation that would be available. In terms of processing the applications, yes, it would be the normal process to charge for that work. It could be a policy decision if the board chose to want to modify the ordinance and to have that be done on the county's time or dime. But that again is a board decision. We did identify a range of costs between $50,000 and $100,000. Some of that would be staff time. That's not all staff time. A lot of that would be the technical studies that would need to be done and then submitted to the county for that work to be done. So it was something that was surprising to us to see that the surrounding land use designations were changed on this particular location, and this was kind of an island that was left there by itself, and for that reason it does make sense to change the land use designation to be consistent with the surrounding land use designations. The AG zoning, I believe, is largely there right now on the surrounding parcels as well, so that would not be a spot zoning situation. That would just be remaining the same, but it would be a matter of modifying the emergency housing village and alternative village park to be allowed within the AG zone. Yes, this would set a precedent for other community plan areas. I didn't get the number of parcels, but there is just under 35,000 acres of AG zoning that is existing in other community plan areas. So part of the review of the conditional use permit certainly would be relative to density and fire protection. That would have to also be a review of the road. The reason for the Category 4 road, frankly, is for fire safe access. That is normally the standard for fire safe access. So that would be one of the things that would be being considered within any conditional use permit, is whether or not the road can provide safe access not only for the people who are living there, but also for emergency response. We did provide the time frames at the end. Some of that was just, this has been going on for quite some time, and it is important to keep momentum and to not have this drag on for a longer period. The method to the madness within that schedule included the recognition that an application for the general plan amendment and modifications to the zoning is easier to put together than the application for the conditional use permit. So that's why there's a stagger in the applications. There is some thought that the environmental document for both the general plan amendment work and the zoning amendment work and the CUP could be done together, and that then that could be certified as part of the zoning application. The CUP could even go forward with the zoning and be approved at the same time if they were that proactive to have those done at that time. But we gave a little bit more time for the CUP application to get completed. So the Category 4 road, I think I've addressed that. That has been the typical standard to make sure that there's sufficient two-way travel to allow emergency response. This would allow, the proposal would allow the alternative village parks in places like Hydesville and Avenue of the Giants and down in southern Humboldt. We do separate out CC&Rs from the consideration of what the county does. CC&Rs are privately enforced. That's not something the county enforces, unless, of course, the county asked for the CC&Rs to be imposed, and it's not my understanding that we've ever done that. So it's unlikely that we would be enforcing CC&Rs. There was a question from the public about whether or not we could get grants for this land. Typically what we find is that at least the grants that we look at from the government, various levels of government, don't give grants that benefit private property owners. They do benefit, can be used for private nonprofits that are engaged in providing a certain service. And so it may be possible that grants could be found, but it's unlikely that this would be eligible for a grant unless there was a nonprofit that is operating the facility. I think those were the primary thing. Oops. So, yeah, there was a comment about recognizing that things do need to get permitted, but don't be too onerous. And so I just want to clarify, if it wasn't clear in the presentation today or in the staff report, that what we're talking about doing, even with an alternative village park, is something that is only permittable during the time of a shelter crisis declaration. So when the shelter crisis declaration is over, that would end. And under the shelter crisis declaration, we are able to use Appendix X and Appendix O of the residential standards of the Uniform Building Code. And those reduce the overall standards for what structures need to comply with. So we are looking at achieving the level of standard that the state has determined to be appropriate and the minimum standard for permitting the structures on site. Obviously, the buses or RVs would need to be permitted by a different means, but we're not looking to create a gold-plated development here. We're looking to just find what can be permitted under the alternative lodge park using the standards that are available through the shelter crisis declaration. And so those are the minimum standards that are currently available. Anything else that you'd like to address? Mr. Carlson?
Thanks, Director Ford. Yeah, many comments and requests to review and consider amendments to the waterless toilets ordinance. And I think that's a decision for the board, whether they want to direct staff to commit and create that as a priority, and for Health and Human Services to reflect on the message from the community, whether it is a priority for us to revisit that after having recently amended waterless toilets ordinance. It was previously the experimental disposal program, and in 2019 the board approved the waterless toilet systems ordinance after staff had public meetings, evaluated ordinances from other counties, worked with Cal EPA to understand the impacts for disposal of domestic septic on or composted waste. As we see waterless toilets that are operated correctly do produce compost in a safe fashion. And through implementation of the protections outlined in that ordinance, it's done in a safe manner. What that means is that comes at a cost. Environmental health, like other departments and divisions of our county, struggles with bandwidth, right? We can't unpack all the ordinances all the time. So the well ordinance is a priority that we're looking at in the next 12 to 24 months. Also revisions to the regulation and technical manual under the local area management program, the LAMP, which is the regulatory framework for on-site wastewater treatment systems. It also needs to be updated. That was approved in 2017. There are amendments that community members share with our office, and they're a priority for them. So I hear interest, and if that is the wish of the board and a resolution were passed, then that would be a priority for us. Also,
Mario, I think Supervisor Bohn has one question around that.
Well, and I know that back 10, 11 years ago, this all came up before. And then we ran the pilot program, and we've never really got why we can't have waterless toilets. It's been brought before us. If we're sitting up here now saying we would like waterless toilets, I mean, because I don't see anybody saying we don't want, and I can't speak for anybody else. Can you tell me why we did a pilot program? Is that what you're saying in 2019?
No, we have an approved ordinance for waterless toilets.
Okay.
We do or do not?
We do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's Title VI, Division 1.
Okay, so
within there, we can approve waterless toilets, and I think that
how many do we have? Do you think? How many have you approved?
One. We've approved one. And there are reasons for that, of course.
Are the reasons, because right now, since we're going to change everything about how we do things to handle a situation, is this the time we change that one too? Because we're loosening and taking a lot of environmental concerns, a lot of concerns we had, and loosening up to adjust to this situation because we have, and I appreciate the homeless ordinance is not going to go, the emergency ordinance is not going away. So what are some of the reasons we are not approving them? I bet I have talked more about waterless toilets than needs to be talked about, in all honesty. And I can't believe we've had poop, we've had everything, diarrhea, we've had everything talked about today. I'm just trying to figure out, why aren't we using them if they're the godsend it sounds like they would be? I mean, Steve's been, I would imagine Steve has them up on his property.
Let me weigh in for a second. I think, so some of the requirements are state law. So state law requires, views the kitchen sink as black water. And therein, you must also maintain a septic system to divert gray water. So gray water requires a connection to a black water system or a septic system or the municipal sewage system. The kitchen sink is black water. That also makes local implementation of our septic system requirements connect to a septic system. Am I saying that correctly? Basically, the kitchen sink is sewage. Gray water, you also have to connect to a sewage system, whether it's municipal or on-site. I hate to get into the weeds, but let me unpack it a little bit more. So you have to have a septic system. Also, the composting toilet is a water savings device, and it was approved through the recommendation of DEH staff as a water savings device, not a replacement for the septic. It can't ever replace the septic in the eyes of the state. The state OTS policy and the plumbing code all require connection to an approved on-site wastewater disposal sewage management system.
So in short, you have to have both.
You have to have both.
Okay. Okay, and so along your answering questions from the board and the community, do you have anything else to add? And I think Director Ford had one more thing he wanted to say. No? Okay.
The only other thing is environmental health is a fee-for-service division. This does cost every time we're engaging on enforcement and supporting efforts of the county, of code enforcement efforts, and urgent public health engagement. I hope that the board keeps that in mind and working and supports that those considerations are taken into account. Currently, we're over 40 hours from October 1st from staff from environmental health supporting mitigation of urgent public health risks. Just sharing that.
Okay.
Yes, on this one property.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to bring it back to the board. And my hopes is that we ask your additional questions and then at some point, please form a motion and a second for discussion, and then we can go from there. I'm going to start with Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. So Mario, the question was, why haven't we had more applications for them? So how many applications have we had? I think I heard the answer that there's only been one approved. How many applications have there been since the 2019 ordinance was established?
2, maybe 3.
Okay, 2 or 3 applications, 1 approved, 2 denied, or, 1 or 2 denied.
Not 2 denied, 1 denied, 1 discontinued.
Okay, yeah. I had
Canceled.
long been under the impression that as long as you were capable of having a septic system, that you could have a waterless toilet as an alternative. But what you're stating is that, no, you absolutely have to have the septic system no matter what, for the black water from the kitchen sink as well as the toilet and things like that. But if you had all of that, you could then have a waterless toilet if you're on a single-family residence property.
Correct.
And so when we think about public safety issues, none of that deals with the fact that you could easily have a waterless toilet on other types of zoned properties without a public safety issue whatsoever. The issue is it being maintained properly? That's the public safety issue, not what type of zone property it's being put on or anything else. So our current ordinance is really limiting, not from a public safety perspective, but just because that's what we did. As a board, DEH, we approved them for only single-family residence properties. That's not a public safety delineation.
There are 2 other scenarios. Ag field hand settings, right. And that's a very explicit defined thing in, it's not the zoning, it's the type of land use. And that was intended to replace B&B toilets in the field at cannabis cultivation operations, and that was trying to support that ordinance. The other scenario is an education or research institute. So, for example, appropriate technology up at Cal Poly, that type of scenario where there's an active engagement in academic review of these systems that would help the county understand better the performance and document it through peer-reviewed journals and those type of scenarios.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I appreciate you pointing out those other alternative uses. Interestingly, we use these portable toilets, B&B, whatever it might be, at festivals. And if you've ever been to a festival, you know that on the morning after the all-night music, they're disgusting. There's nothing public safety about them. And that has to do with the maintenance levels and other kinds of things. A lot of people joke, oh, we're entering the season of the porta potties, and they're disgusting. And frankly, I've always thought that if they had a little solar thing on the roof, so there was actually a light in there, because a lot of times it seems to me that a lot of the mistakes that happen in there have to do with the lack of lighting, and people left their flashlight in their campground, whatever. Anyway, separate matter, not what we're dealing with here today. But as Supervisor Bohn said, we're covering the gamut on poop here today. I will note that 15 people spoke here today in support of EHA and the county in terms of working together to try and find solutions. And I agree with Supervisor Bohn that we're not seeing any elimination of the emergency shelter crisis anytime soon. I mean, if we did, hooray, we're going to all be applauding in a big way because we've solved something huge. And I would submit that if that were to in fact happen, which is not anywhere even on the horizon, that we may very well at that point go, wow, let's go ahead and hold on to these things that help solve that crisis instead of, and modify whatever ordinance we need to allow them to continue, especially if they've been proven to work well, right? So that's something that's way down the road that we could consider or deal with at a later point. I will also note that there's no neighborhood opposition here today. Often when we have proposals like this, like the center that's being considered up in Neyland right now and other places where you get all kinds of neighborhood opposition that come out in regards to providing services for homeless individuals or mental health issues and things. But there has never been in 30 years anything but one complaint from the neighborhood in regards to yeehaw, one in 30 years. And in all of these hearings we've been having in the last year or two around code enforcement, there's never been any neighborhood opposition that's ever come out, ever spoke, even though there's been unlimited opportunity for that. And I just submit that as, I think, the residents of the community do really well at trying to be kind to their neighbors and have good relations with their neighbors and stuff. Junk vehicles, I've had the same problem with my grandson abandoning a vehicle. Get your title back from John's because he's backed up. He's not dealing with that a lot of that. And go online to KMUD. KMUD has a program online that I just used and got my grandson's car towed away. It can take a month or a month and a half to get scheduled, but it provides a donation to KMUD. And there are other online services like that, but that is a system that actually works. They came from Sacramento to pick up this junker in my front yard. So that's where I would go for that problem. We talked a lot about opening the door, but I appreciate, Director Ford, that what you've talked about is constraining that. We're not, and somebody had mentioned that there's the urban areas, there's the rural areas, and then there's these areas that are next to the urban areas, like Yeehaw's property, especially being zoned RE all around it. It was definitely, an observation that you made that, wow, that we left a little weird island in there. So in a way, we're trying to correct that. It's less than a mile to the bus stop, to the gas station, to the store, and to services, literally. And many of the residents hike there daily and use the bus service and all that. And we're also throwing a CUP on this. So it's not just a ministerial thing that this could be done with. It involves public hearings and environmental documents and a conditional use permit, and it needs to be in a CEPA, community planning area, and close to services, which this fits the bill for that quite well. Not all of those 36,000 acres of ag land fit that bill. They may be in a community service or planning area, but the bus stop may not exist 50 miles from there, or whatever it might be. So I think, we're using some appropriate discretion here in doing that. On the Cat 4 road issue, it's really just this one little piece at the bottom that has this narrow section. And, on Highway 101, we've dealt with that when the old Mad River bridges existed, where we had a little light that if you're a bicyclist, you punch the little button before you cross the bridge to let cars know that they're coming into a dangerous, narrow area with a bike on the bridge. So we've done that on Highway 101. We did that on Highway 96, still exists out by Hoopa, where you push the little button if you're a bicyclist to let people know. So people on Quarry Road could have a yellow button system that maybe, Mercer Frisian might want to work and cooperate because it benefits them with all the trucks they have sometimes, to just simply have a little yellow light system where you push a button. So there are ways to make even a less than Category 4 road safer. And especially in a fire where you need to get certain things in and out and things like that. So I would just offer those. There's really no question there. Other than that, I'm more than willing to make a motion at a certain point. I don't know if it makes sense right now to add the waterless toilet direction, to amend that ordinance, to allow for these in the appropriate conditions to the recommendations from Planning Director. I'm hearing yes on my left here. But if that seems to be the pleasure of the board, that would be the only change I'd throw in, other than the staff recommendations that we have already. But I don't want to jump the gun, so I'll wait and see what the preference of the board is on that. But thank you, Mario, for those responses on the waterless toilets. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Arroyo?
I'm not sensing that anyone would mind if you proceed. I was going to make a motion myself, but it's your district, so and you have some additional ideas, so I'm happy to.
I actually have some comments too,
Okay,
and I think
great.
Supervisor Wilson also does, so I was trying to give everybody a chance.
Okay, I will. I don't have any additional comments, so I'll wait until you all are done.
Supervisor Wilson?
I don't see a lot of value in prioritizing the waterless toilets ordinance as it stands currently, considering the work that was done already on it and considering the state's position on that, and also in considering the issue around this way we do the zoning currently. So I just don't, in terms of like prioritizing stuff, so I'm, I don't think it's something we need to address as part of this effort in this current thing. I also have concerns around it in the long term, in terms of it's as a technology and its promotion of habitat fragmentation in terms of development patterns, and there's a reason why some areas have are difficult to develop around this, and that's because they're wet, and then that typically is near riparian areas or wetland areas and those sorts of zones. And so we've done a lot of work to protect those spaces. And so it's an indicator it's an indicator in terms of your ability to perk and then your ability to develop in terms of its habitat issues. So for me, it's kind of a bit of a red flag. And so I have just general concerns about that. And I also just think that if we really open up that can of worms again, we're just going to go through this I don't know if Supervisor Madrone was on the board when we went through that process before.
Also attended every one of the meetings with Mario's team when we were creating the pilot program. So I was we did the process and we went through it. So for me, the other part about this, when we talk about as we're addressing this moving forward, this being just a 5th district issue or just one in Trinidad, we're actually talking about amending land use planning for the entire county. So this idea that it isn't specific to one place. And so and it also has a broad CEQA an environmental review process associated with that, impacts to ag land, impacts to resource lands and those sorts of things. I'm not saying that we shouldn't consider it, and that there is actually value, and that we would have protections through the conditional use element of that, in conditional permitting. But the idea that because what we're talking about is that the solution to this one thing is a broad policy to what looks like 35,000 acres of potential application. So it is a broader land use decision made by the board and not specific to one place. Otherwise, we would be talking about spot zoning. And so I do have those concerns. That being said, I think that the path that the staff is looking at currently to move forward seems reasonable, under, just kind of focusing in on that thing, putting aside the composting toilet part about this, but also, again, I'll voice my concern, as I did from the last time, which is I don't know what the long-term sustainability of this location is based on the commitment of the owner in the long term. I don't know. It has been a long, hard road to get where we've gotten so far. I don't know about the capacity of this. It is a private property owner. It's not a nonprofit. It's not an institution that has a board or anything like that that's committed to raising funds. I think if in looking at the longer term trajectory of this, I would say that if people want to bring in external funding, then probably maybe like a nonprofit with a long-term lease, a 30 or 50-year lease would be something you would be considering, so that there is at least some consistency and real commitment to this long-term sustainability. Otherwise, we're just spending a lot of time and staff time and our time and to move forward with something that I'm not sure of its long-term trajectory. So that's for me. So like if it was Arcata House, for instance, who was looking at a site outside the city limits of Arcata, which was on ag land, but a year ago, which this ordinance change might apply to, that would be something different. Like I'd be like, okay, there's an institution, they're doing, they're gonna follow all the laws and all that stuff, and have a track record of doing so. And in this case, we don't have that, and so it just makes me a little apprehensive, I guess you'd say. Nonetheless, if staff thinks that this path is the best way to help preserve the ability for people to live in a space that's been happening so far, and also don't want to displace people, I'm all right with that. But again, we still haven't gotten the finite understanding. It's like Mario's telling us we've got 40 hours, which costs money. I mean, it's $100 an hour, more or less, for our time, for staff time, just in terms of
So we can understand what that is and what the time is we'll be doing in other places. But again, if that's in the service of trying to help people remain housed, that's of some value, of real value to us. So again, it's not an easy one way or the other for me, but I'm okay to proceed with the staff recommendation around the path that you guys are talking about, but with, I guess, with apprehension. So thanks.
Okay, Supervisor Bohn.
It's Bohn still. I'm just really confused. I find myself agreeing with Supervisor Wilson again. I'm just scared to death here. With that being said, and I'm going to tell you because of financials and everything else, we have $44,000 worth of fines and past due out there. We just talked about 40 hours alone with this. Conservatively, $30,000 worth of staff time coming up, and then the expenses for engineers and things. And I like the idea because 9 times out of 10, if somebody came into us with something like this, rezoning and everything else, we'd be calling it sprawl because it's out from a housing, it's sprawl. But we've held those pretty much in check. Good, bad, or indifferent, the facility out in Cutton that they've been wanting to build for 30 years is considered sprawl, and it's 800 feet away from a bus stop, restaurant, grocery store, gas station, everything, and it's changed quite a bit. And I want to keep this in our memory as we go this discussion. If the board wants to move forward with this, I'm not going to stand in the way. I mean, I think there's going to be repercussions. I mean, I got my rear end handed to me last night for 2 hours for something that was completely out of my hands, but it's the repercussions that come from something like this. So when this takes place and has taken place, and now a big part of the road is, just because I've been on that road a lot, there are turnouts on the road, numerous turnouts that Mercer Fraser has, I think the contractor has put in. And I think from Mill Creek, Quarry Road and Mill Creek, from that fork there, I think it becomes Mercer Fraser's road anyway. And they've been maintaining the whole road, and rightfully so, because I don't think they've hauled anything out of there recently. I know the recent overlays up by Oric and all that was brought out. The rock was brought out of there. I always like the clarifications when they want to scare the hell out of us. They call them big trucks. It's the same size trucks running down the highway for anything else. They don't have any different truck from anybody else. They are big though. So I guess we move forward with this, but we're making huge concessions. We're making huge concessions on 36,000 acres that probably don't have services, never going to happen, but it could. We're looking at the same thing. It could. So being fully aware, and I can think of one location right now that they're going to jump on, and not my district. So, but I mean, these are situations we're going to have to front, and the decisions we make, we're setting precedents. And that's fine. That's what we do. We set precedents with cannabis on the amount, the level of road that they would have to go in and out to their jobs. Now, we're alleviating that because, so as we move forward, I think we need to be aware of this, but I'm worried about, okay, boy, we got 80% there. Can we make another concession? I'm worried about if we keep making concessions. I mean, I'd heard earlier today, why can't we do this? Most of the toilet septic systems are failing in high water anyway, so what's a little bit more? I don't know. It's a little bit more. That's what I know. So as we move forward, I'm okay. I'll just go with the flow because.
Don't say it.
What's that? Oh, I'm not going to say it. I'm thinking it. I'm not saying it. It says it right there. No, I'm just saying I will go with flow because but I want to follow up on the repercussions. And I would like something in there that we get from most of our other developers, because this is what this is. This is a development. Do we make most of them pay up front for fees and then they work off? I know we did that with the cannabis. They pay a deposit and they work off that. Building fees, everything else. And you can't do it unless you pick up your fines and stuff that have already been. So I think financially, to be prudent, we have to have the money that's owed to us and move forward with this. So is that possible?
I believe that's possible.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a few questions, and then we'll try to get a motion going. So with the outstanding fines, have they been paying payments on those, or how is that looking? And then I just want to say that I'm also supportive of what this board moves forward with today, and I understand that it's people's homes, and we're trying to accommodate that, and it's a little bit out of the box. I do want to say that we do put a lot of time, the staff puts a lot of time and energy into this, and I just want to know, kind of like my other fellow supervisors, like when do we stop and say this isn't going to work, because it has been a long time coming. And then the final comment that I just want to make is I understand that we're trying to accommodate EHA to make this acceptable for people's living there. And the Category 4 road is something that you guys, that they don't have, but we're going to accommodate that. And I just want to just say that we're not very accommodating to other people that need Category 4 roads, and we've gone back and forth with this over my last 4 years here. Most of those around cultivation, and we really don't want to be kind to those cultivators and say, we'll give you an exception, or we'll believe you when you say that the road is okay. Most of those cultivators have 1 to 2 to 3 cars driving on them, not 25 residents. And so I'm okay with what this board wants to move forward with, and I don't want to displace people. It creates another problem. But it's hard for me to swallow when we have said and set a standard to Category 4 roads. And now we're going to go backwards. We're going backwards again and saying, oh, but it's okay in this one instance. And this has been a really sticking point for people in southern Humboldt, the Category 4 roads. But today, with this project, it seems to be okay. So I want to ask about the fines, and I want to ask, like, when do we, if the applicant is not following through, when do we say this is enough?
So the applicant has not been making payments on the fines and costs associated with code enforcement action. The reason we tried to put the timeframes in there is that if the applicant is not going to follow through and meet those timeframes, then that's the point that we would come back and say this is not working.
So how come they haven't set up a payment plan? Everybody else that is trying to move forward with projects or code enforcement violations has to start making an effort.
I don't have a good answer for that. This is something that actually has gone to administrative hearing officer. The administrative hearing officer levied the fines and the costs, and I think the board confirmed those costs. And we've been working, trying to find an alternative solution to abatement. That really has been the focus. There has been some discussion that this is not coming from staff, but that perhaps the fines could be used to bring the site into compliance. But that really hasn't manifested itself yet.
Okay, and I guess this is probably not the subject, or the time agenda item, because we're talking about trying to move them forward, but also staff time for this project. What does that look like, and how do we usually get monies up front or something for staff time? So what does that look like right now?
So we'll get the normal cost deposit up front for the general plan amendment and also for the zoning ordinance amendment. And then we will also get the cost up front for the conditional use permit. Then what we normally do is that we work on it until the deposit gets to a place where we need to have that replenished, and then ask for additional money. I doubt that the initial deposit will be sufficient to carry the cost of either the general plan and zoning or the CUP. And part of that has to do with the fact that there's going to be environmental work associated with that. One of the things that hasn't been worked out yet, because the discussion hasn't started, we needed to have this discussion first, is whether or not the county is going to take responsibility for preparing the environmental document, or whether or not the applicant wants to hire somebody to prepare that document.
So can you give me, do you know how much the deposit is for all of this to start? Or just a roundabout?
Probably about $7,000 for the general plan amendment, zoning ordinance amendment, and I think it's about $6,000 for the CUP.
Mr. Garth, can you come forward, please? So what is that, 15,000? About 15,000 to start? Hi, thank you. I just have, I just want to just ask you, are you prepared to be able to make the deposits so you can move forward with this application if this board so chooses?
Yes.
You are? Okay, thank you so much. We haven't talked about the fines. I know, but we didn't say anything.
I've got some stuff on that.
So, okay, so those are all my questions. Thank you, Director Ford. And I really want to move towards a motion if we can wrap this up and get that going.
Oh, thank you, Chair Bushnell, and I'll make a couple comments and then make a motion. You know, even with this change, if the board were to proceed with these changes, Arcata House Partnership is not in the same place to start these new kinds of projects or programs because the state funding that supports that has been dwindling and disappearing. And even when it was available, I got lots of calls from them in concern about cash flow, anywhere taken from 3 months to 6 months to get reimbursements, which is a death knell for any nonprofit. So that's been a big deal. And part of the reason why it's so expensive for one of these nonprofits to run something like this is because they end up with 24/7 management, which is a massive amount of money to pay somebody to be there 24/7. In this case, none of that cost exists at all because this community monitors itself. And if they've got somebody that is threatening the children, that person is gone. If they have somebody doing heavy drugs, they're gone. If they have other issues like that, the community itself does its own patrolling, its own maintenance. They have weekly meetings or monthly, whatever, community meetings, and they deal with their issues. So, you know, when you compare the two, it is a far cheaper alternative to have a village of people who are doing the work to protect the children, to take care of the families, to deal with issues on the property, than it is to have a nonprofit come in that somehow manages all that and deals with it all. I mean, they're like night and day in terms of comparison. One is an incredibly safe and supportive environment. The other one is kind of technical in nature. So just wanted to point that out. The other clarification is it keeps being said that this is a wet site. And I got clarification on this at our last meeting. It is not a wet site. It has wet areas on the site that have been identified. But it's 10 acres of property. And I can tell you with my extensive work in the Trinidad area on septic systems and other programs that the soils vary tremendously, even in a 10-acre site. And you can have a clay hardpan in one corner that is close to a riparian area, or close to springs that are emerging, et cetera, in a very wet condition. But just 100, 200 feet away, you can easily have a dry site that has good soil quality and low water table, not high. And so I just want to be really clear. There's no technical data that suggests this is a wet site. There are wet areas on this parcel. That's clear. But until we do the wet water testing and other things like that, we really won't know what all the site conditions are and whether there are areas that are capable of handling a good septic system properly and all that stuff. And that's what's really being proposed here, is to provide the opportunity for those studies to proceed. We just heard a commitment from the landowner to be able to put those deposits down for the next steps. But I would also support that really the past fees need to be paid. Now, the fees are a small part of, what is it, $75,000 or something? I think the fees were something like 15, 20,000, and that the fines were the 45,000 or so.
The fines are 44,000.
Yeah.
It's not fees, it's the staff time that went into working through the compliance issue.
Right, so paying the fees should be supported by the landlord. The landlord needs to pay those fees from all that stuff that happened, right? Those are fees. That was staff cost. That was county cost. But the fines are the substantial portion of that. And yeah, I was one of the ones that has suggested all along, if the landowner is willing, if this board supports these changes today in this direction, and the landowner is willing to come in and make the deposits, you know, to move forward on these applications, et cetera, and the landlord is willing to pay any past fees, and then we could consider that the fines get put into bringing things up to snuff and to moving this forward to protect this incredibly valuable housing for our community, then I would absolutely support that kind of an approach. So just to be clear, there's a separation between fees and fines.
So make a motion to
Yeah,
and see
so
if we can get a second.
That was all I had to modify, and I'm ready to prepared to make a motion. So just to keep things simple right now, I'm going to keep the motion to simply adopt the recommendations that the staff have presented, which is basically to adopt the resolution that adopts the findings supporting granting the petition to accept the general plan amendment and zone reclassification petition for review and processing as modified, which has been discussed here extensively, and accept for processing the modified petition to amend the general plan and modify the tiny house village provisions of the zoning ordinance, and direct the clerk of the board to give notice of the decision to the applicant and any other interested parties. So that gobbledygook basically says that we would be supporting what we've all been talking about today here, which is the county working with the applicant, with the landowner, to try and move forward in the steps that you have laid out well here today, along with Stephen Lazar and Mario. So that would be the motion. I'm going to keep the waterless toilet part separate from this, because I think they're two separate issues. So just out of straightforwardness, I would make that the motion.
Can you add the past fine?
And to pay the past fines at the same time as making, I'm sorry, not fines, pay the past fees at the same time as making the deposits on the applications. I think that's only fair. Anybody else would have to pay that. It shows, if the landowner does that, it shows commitment to the process, which was spoken to here about what's the level of commitment to that process, et cetera. I think that's important because that was staff time that went into all that. So yes, I would make that an addition.
I'll second the motion. I just want some clarification, which is, if I may.
Actually, Supervisor Bohn was first, and
Well,
then you can go.
And I may have misunderstood you, Ms. Ford. The fines aren't a number we pick out of the book. The fines are what our costs are. Well, I'm going to ask Mr. Ford. I'll ask you when I need. Are the fines just a number we pick? Let's charge them $10,000, or is that the time that we did to put those together for compliancy?
No, the fines are the actual fines that are developed based upon the guidance within the municipal code.
Okay.
And so those are actually numbers that are strictly punitive for having not brought the property into compliance. There are staff costs that are in addition to that. And it's my understanding that what's being asked for here is to pay the prior staff costs.
Well, I heard fees, but I didn't hear staff costs because there's a lot. This goes back, I mean, the fine started, tell me when the first fine was issued.
So
Or fees, I mean, fines, we haven't paid
I'm-
anything, I don't think.
I'm trying to clarify that there are not fees associated with code enforcement action. And I know Supervisor Madrone used that term.
I know he
So
did.
I'm trying to move away from that.
That's
because
what
there's
I'm
not-
trying to get an answer to.
So to clarify the motion, it's staff time, not fees.
Correct.
Is that correct? So can we update that?
That's correct, and I appreciate the clarification.
Okay. So, sorry to interrupt, but
One is staff costs that we've actually encumbered. The other are court mandated fines that are punitive.
And we're not talking about those, we're talking about
Correct.
staff time.
Correct.
To move forward with this process. And then,
And the $6,000 and $7,000 for the CUP and the
Yeah,
plan
that's-
adjustment.
they
That's,
ha- well,
I understand.
They have
I
to
did-
do that.
We don't get it
regardless,
all in
right?
there.
Yeah. And then Supervisor Wilson wanted to, on his second, had a comment.
Yeah, well, no, I just want clarification on the second here, which is, I mean, I'm really limiting that to the suggested modifications as written in the staff report very specifically, because when the motion was made, it's like, and what we discussed. But what I'm saying is like, it's pretty specific in the staff report. I think we stick to that. That's great. The question I have is there's a conversion, part of this application and the fee of that is the conversion from timber to RE, right? That's the landowner's paying for that process to get that conversion to occur.
That is correct.
And I just want to note that that's a significant land use value. I'm just saying that the property value will increase dramatically from timber to residential estates for 10 acres, which has also, with it, does it have a minimum?
It's 2.3, I believe.
So maybe in this case, we limit that to no subdivision in terms of that, I would make that modification, because otherwise what we're saying is we're moving forward with subdividing, the potential for subdividing that property into 2.5 acre parcels, which would be 4 parcel subdivision potential, which is we need more analysis before we do that. We didn't talk about that today, so I want to make sure that we aren't going to do that. And then the other part about this is, so I think that's really important. The other part is there's a requirement for us as a board in accepting this petition to amend the general plan, and we have to make a finding of one of these 5 findings today. So someone's going to have to say it and be part of in the record, which is we have to make a finding that the base information or physical conditions have changed, the community values and assumptions have changed, or there is an error in the plan, which I don't think there is, or to maintain established otherwise uses consistent with the comprehensive view of the plan, which that's not the case. So the last one, which is the proposed amendment, has potential for public, this is the most loosey-goosey one, potential for public benefit and is consistent with the guiding principles applicable goals of the plan. It's probably the closest one. I don't know how we do. Could you make any recommendation on any of the other findings that we're required to make in order to accept this petition?
Absolutely.
Well, before you go there, though, I don't think the motion maker is okay with what you're talking about.
Okay, well, okay then. But I still would like a recommendation. We're still going to need a recommendation on what finding is required of what we can make here
We're
today.
talking about the motion that's on the table, and I want to ask the motion maker if he's okay with what the 2.5 for the subdivision, I think, is something he's not okay with. So I'm going to let the motion maker speak to that.
Okay.
Supervisor Wilson, I appreciate the points that you're making. And in regards to findings, I think that several of these could easily apply. But I just also in regards to the 2.5 acre minimums that the RE provides, as was pointed out in staff presentation, this seems to have been an oversight in our general plan update, because this parcel that is AG right now is completely surrounded by RE zoning, including the entire quarry being zoned RE. So it's surrounded by RE. So there appears to have been some sort of an oversight. You suggested earlier in that discussion that, was it because the landowner didn't ask for it and the others did? Or what happened there? And I don't think we can unravel that. I doubt that sitting here today we can actually decipher what exactly occurred, other than the fact that it is an island of AG sitting in an area surrounded by RE. So one could say very easily that there is an error in the plan. That's the C finding. One could say, E, as you pointed out, that the proposed amendment has the potential for public benefit. It clearly does. We've been talking about that all day, about providing housing for homeless individuals. And there is a public benefit that is consistent with the guiding principles and application of the plan. So I'm fine with adding findings C and E into the motion. I think it's good. We always want to make sure that we're making findings when we make these things. That's something you're pretty rigorous about, and I appreciate that attention to that detail. So, if if all you're saying is that you want to make sure the findings are in there, and I've now amended my motion to do such, that's great. If you're trying to say that you're not supporting this being RE if it provides for an opportunity for subdividing, that's a very unfair thing compared to all the other properties surrounding it that are RE that have that potential. So I'm not quite sure where that comes from exactly.
It comes
But again,
from-
the entire
Hold on.
quarry has been rezoned as RE.
So Supervisor Madrone, just restate your motion,
It's-
please,
it's
and
the-
see if
Can I
we
do
get
a
a
clarif-
second.
It is staff recommendation that included all of the stuff in the staff report in regards to why you're recommending these things. And it includes making the findings of C and E under item 5 as findings for why we would make these changes.
Do we have a second?
No, I'll retract my second if that's the case, because again, I think it requires a separate, we went through a planning process to analyze those changes, including when you changed to RE at that time when we did the CEQA for the general plan. So from my perspective, unless it's included in the analysis of what we're going to be doing, which is the potential for the subdivision to form more, I mean, we're talking, again, one of the concerns in this area is the pressure for more development in all kinds of ways, including the need for more water in this delivery in this space and the ability for these watersheds to support the communities that exist now. And so it's interesting because that RE zoning, if you divide it into 4 units, each one of them could have a residence and an accessory dwelling unit. So then now you're now to 8 residences, right, under that zoning. So now you're really not actually into multifamily zoning. You're actually into a full-on subdivision. So we're talking about something, an idea of making an intentional community, but what we're creating is the potential for a subdivision for basically, residential estates.
Let me ask
And
if
so
we have
I'm
a
a
second
bit
for discussion.
concerned about that.
And we don't have a second at this time. No second.
I just need to understand the sort of staff perspective on this before
Okay, so
deciding.
Supervisor Bohn wants to make one comment, and then I'm going to go to you, Director Ford.
Well, just because of the general plan, the property to the east or northeast, the quarry property, was specifically asked to be rezoned RE during the general plan during this period. They specifically asked, and the reason was if the rock pit at Inipi, the quarry that's been operating since 1890-something, ever got depleted, the value in the property could turn around and it could be available for housing, which we're trying to do on this little parcel. And by doing this, with what we're doing on this, would kind of, open the door for that. They have no plans. I don't think, I haven't talked to them about it, but I specifically remember this being brought to RE, and I was wondering why, and it was because rock pits don't last forever. So that's why. So it was specifically done. It was not an error. No,
So we don't have a second. We do have so that motion is going to fail, and now we're going to go to Director Ford.
Yeah, I think Supervisor Wilson is articulating this correctly, is that in doing the CEQA analysis on this and looking at this requires us to take a look at what the development potential would be, and at 2.5 acres per dwelling unit, that would allow this to be subdivided into 4 parcels, which would allow 2 units essentially on each parcel. That could be a little bit mitigated from the environmental analysis when you consider that there are 18 dwellings currently existing on the parcel. So it may not be a huge expansion from a wastewater concern, thank you, a baseline concern, water use concern, even traffic concern. Because typically your standard single-family dwelling would produce about 10 trips a day. I don't know that these particular dwellings on this parcel would generate that kind of traffic.
So then is what you're saying, like the analysis wouldn't necessarily, environmental analysis wouldn't necessarily be so different between those two things? Okay, with that, I'm okay to move forward with the motion without that particular amendment. But I want to emphasize that we're talking about, when we're talking about the ability of the landowner to pay for these things we're going through, they're going to get a substantial, very substantial value increase in this property through this process. So I want, you have to really understand that. So the ability to lien on the property becomes much more extensive. The ability to sell off parcels, to subsidize the development of other parcels, that all becomes part of that equation. So this isn't without some value and benefit to the property, to the private property owner to go through this process. Just I want that to be clear. Thanks, I appreciate that, thanks.
Okay, so we're going to go back to Supervisor Madrone, I believe, to restate his motion and see if we can get a second. Director Ford.
Yeah, could I just, the
Sure.
resolution does identify the findings that we've offered, and they do follow finding C, which, you know, the error in the plan wasn't related to anything that was done during the general plan other than the omission of this parcel. From a you know, comprehensive planning standpoint, which probably gets into the item D, is that a comprehensive planning standpoint should have looked at this whole area and made the land use consistent.
So we already have findings for this motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So Supervisor Madrone, would you like to restate your motion?
I appreciate those clarifications, and so I'll go back to making the motion that we adopt staff recommendations as identified in the staff report, and I'll just keep it simple that way.
And include?
And include the payment of the staff time associated with the code enforcement process.
Do we have a second?
Yeah,
Is that correct?
Okay, so we have a first.
Staff time and fees, I mean, we're not clarifying it, so we're breaking this up.
Director
John-
Ford said there was no fees.
Director Ford clarified that it was staff time.
So
There's no fees in code enforcement.
Could
Hold
I
on.
clarify
Oh, there is.
the motion
Hold on.
as I understand it?
Please.
So it would be to accept the staff recommendation that's contained in the staff recommendation with all the findings, with the modification that the future application will include deposits for the processing of the applications. And will also include payment of past staff work associated with the code enforcement action.
Motion maker, okay with that?
Yes.
Seconder? Kaylee, call for the vote, please. Who is this? Supervisor Wilson. Mr. Wilson. Hold on.
Hang on, I'm just guessing. And this has been brought forward because I've heard that they've made great strides, is what I keep hearing, great strides in this. And so you know, they've put 2 porta potties, they've taken cars, and there was no saying that cars are more important than people, but I'm just saying when you move the cars to Lolita, then I get them. But what I'm saying, when we get to September, which is the drop dead date, right? And we're so close comes into play. What's the drop dead date when we realize that it's not going to happen? I mean, because I'm hearing it's so close, it's so close. We can go for 30 years saying it's so close, like we've been doing. So I'm just saying, is there a drop dead date like any other type of situation?
I think it always can be extended by this board, and that's where we've gotten into this.
That's where we've gotten into.
Okay, so I think that answers that question. I think Mario has his hand up, but I want to call for the vote, please. Something quick?
Wet weather testing season, which determines the capacity of the property, ends traditionally in March.
Go ahead, say it again.
Wet weather testing season for the on-site wastewater treatment system ends April 1st. I think I have that right. So really, if they haven't done their site evaluation and completed wet weather testing, then the zoning amendments timeframe is moot.
So I think we'll cross that road when we get there. Thank you for making that clarification. Kaylee, call for the vote.
To clarify, Mike was second, Supervisor
Yes.
Wilson.
Sorry. You're good.
What would Jimmy Carter?
Supervisor Arroyo,
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn,
Yeah.
Chair Bushnell,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson,
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone,
Yes, in honor of Jimmy Carter and his Housing for Humanity.
motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Director Ford, and thank you to the staff and Mario. Thanks so much. Mr. Lazar, thank you. So we're going to move on to, no, we're going to do this last item, and then we're going to do lunch, and then we're going to do closed session. So the last item is board initiated. I want to just make a brief statement. Sometimes the chair sponsors things. That doesn't mean the chair agrees with things. It's just the way that it goes. There was a lot of stuff said about me sponsoring this item. I don't have a preference right now. I would like to have the discussion, so I just wanted to say that. So the next item is going to be brought to us by CAO Hayes, and it is to consider closing all County of Humboldt offices on Thursday, January 9th, 2025, in recognition of a National Day of Mourning in accordance with the President's proclamation. CAO Hayes.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. As stated, President Biden has declared Thursday, January 9th, a day of mourning to recognize the passing of President Jimmy Carter. Previously, your board has taken days of mourning as a county holiday. Specifically, this was done when President Bush passed away in 2018. So to your point, Chair Bushnell, that is why this item comes before your board today, to remain consistent with your board's prior practices. So for your consideration today is to take action to adhere to the President's Day of Mourning. And for your board's consideration is to continue with county services status quo, to close county offices and provide staff an opportunity to take the day of mourning if they so choose, but elect to take that on their own with their own time banks, being a holiday or a vacation time, or to close county offices and provide county staff with a paid holiday for that time. The latter does come with some expenditures associated to it because we do have essential county services that would need to be to remain in service. And should that occur and you declare it a paid county holiday, then any county staff that do need to work that day would applicably earn holiday worked and also overtime for working on that day. So with that, I pass it over to your board to provide us direction on your wishes for the day of mourning.
Thank you. So a couple clarifications. So if we close all county offices on Thursday, most offices aren't open on Friday, so that's going to give us a 4-day closure. Also, the paid overtime hasn't been budgeted, so that's an unbudgeted cost for, say, the sheriff and possibly DHHS and those essential workers that have to be working. And then just, I know you did some checking around at other counties, and a few counties are closing, some are staying open, and then I did some checking around Humboldt to the incorporated areas, and no cities are closing or taking that day. So Humboldt in general, besides if we close, will be open. So just to add to the conversation for our Board of Supervisors to talk about. So I'll open it to anybody on the board that wants to have a comment. Okay, so Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I want to support Supervisor Bushnell in putting this on the agenda. I know she'd reached out, Vice Chair. She was asked, "What do you think?" I said, "Well, it's been considered before. We had a request for it. Throw it on the agenda. It's worth discussing." I want to say that we reached out to staff. Some counties that are doing something like this is Los Angeles, Butte, Merced, Mono, Riverside, Tuolumne, Calaveras, and Plumas that we know of. On the counties that are not doing anything, Alameda, San Bernardino, San Luis Obispo, Shasta, San Joaquin, Placer, Colusa, Sacramento Glen, Tehama Lake, Amador, Napa, Sonoma, Kings, Marin, Inyo, and Stanislaus. And that's obviously not all of the 8 counties, whatever it is, that are there. So I just wanted to put that out there. I just want to say from my perspective, it's either something that we do consistently or we don't do at all, and I'm okay with making that decision today, not based on the past decision of the last time. I don't want it to be political in terms of partisan, like, we like these presidents, so we do it for them, or these presidents, we don't do it for them. It's like whether or not it's in our tradition to honor a federal holiday associated with a president's passing, and that's in, I guess, would be, I mean, it is in respect to the office and to the branch of government and and the people who serve our country in that position. That being said, I'm not strong on this one, and so I'm here to what the board's interested in.
Anybody else have thoughts? Supervisor Bohn.
Just everybody that's 41 and over can do it, because that's when they would have been alive when he was president. So there you go. Yeah, see, there you go.
You don't get it anyways.
Well, it's funny. Two or three people I talked to, they actually said to me, Jimmy who? And I feel bad because I remember, good, bad, or indifferent. The young people they don't know the whole correlation. They don't know the whole thing. I think if somebody thinks they need the time off, I say we give it to them. We do it without pay because of the cost factor. If there is a situation, the thing is, either way we do this, it doesn't cost us. Well, it costs us a little bit on overtime, but excuse me, I step out, but we're paying. This is all income we would be paying anyway. We just lose production. Do I think we can afford to lose production after the last 2 holiday weeks? I mean, it was, people took advantage of their time off, which is, rightfully so. And I agree. But if they want to take the day off without pay, I think that would be fine. Most of the counties you did, because I talked to some of the counties, and I'm probably going to be told I can't do that. But anyway.
No, just a point of order, Chair, that it's not necessarily without pay. It's just not a paid county holiday, so they would use their
Thank you.
Not their sick time, but their vacation, their leave banks.
Yeah. Or if they wanted to without using it, they could, right? That's what I'm saying. If they wanted to take it off, exactly. So
yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. If it actually is, because this came in, I saw morning in there. So, as we move forward, I would be fine with that. A lot of the counties, because I talked to a few of the guys, a lot of the counties have this written into their contracts or their union agreements that they will receive all federally recognized holidays. We do not have that in our contract, the way I read it. That is not there. So again, we would be giving almost a gift of public funds, because it's not a negotiated item. It's just something we feel like we should do. Do I think our staff works very hard? Yes, that's why we give them a very liberal vacation and holiday package. I think it's 13 days. So with that being said, we did go out on a limb and gave them, Christmas Eve, and next year we're gonna have to look at that, because Christmas Eve is on a Thursday. No, it's on a Wednesday, and so Christmas is Thursday. How many people are gonna be here on Friday? So I mean, But banks can't close for 3 days. I know that if we did this, that we have a few departments that have to come in, besides the sheriff, that have to come in because they have to meet reports and everything like that. So if people want to come off, they could let their supervisor know they will not be in. Whatever avenue they take to take pay or not pay would be up to them, but there would be no problem with that. That's kind of where I'm at, because I'm not really hot on this, so.
So it's not a gift of public funds. That's just a terminology you're using. And from the back of the room, you were referencing to HR director that said that they could take off not paid, or they could use their banks. And so I would like to go to public comment and see if there is any, and then bring it back to the board for a motion. Is that okay? Okay. Any public comment on Zoom?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Caller 7718, I'm going to unmute you, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, Ken Sawatsky from Mexico. I support the logic that Supervisor Bohn used in its entirety. He was a wonderful president, we're not in the same financial position we were in 2018. I think we need to count our pennies. I think you are stated quite generous with the vacation package and the pay package that they get there. So totally support them. If it's so important to them to use a day of vacation for the morning, then I support that. But as far as a taxpayer, I would like to see you move forward as representative. Thank you.
Houston.
Thank you.
Anybody?
That's all.
Okay, any public comment from the floor? Hi, welcome again.
Hi, thanks. My name's Joanne McGarry. I stuck around because this is a really interesting one. Jimmy Carter was the first president I was able to vote for back in my youth. And I kind of think the question is, what would Jimmy Carter want? His passing was at an interesting time on the calendar, for sure. And I've only been a brief government employee with the National Park Service, and I had to work on holidays and things like that. But I also am a citizen of the county and realize that offices are already closed on days when it's inconvenient for me and I need them to be open. And so I personally am just chewing on this as it's being talked about, and any precedent for any other previous president and a day off. But I just really do think that in honor of Jimmy Carter, I think he would, as a peanut farmer, recognize that we do sometimes have to work when we don't want to, and deal with it in that regard. And it's something to maybe consider for the future. But I think the proposal of letting people decide if they want to take that day using their vacation pay or no pay at all is an acceptable proposition to me. So that's where I'm coming from.
Thank you so much. And so that'll close public comment. I also am not, and since we don't have it written into our MOU, I am not looking forward and not backwards. I am also very supportive of allowing our staff that need to mourn to take an unpaid day or to take from their banks, but to not close our offices. And I'm going to agree with Kent. We are not in a financial position that we were in 2018. So that's just my preference as well, to recognize that some people may feel they need that day, and to allow them without consequence, and to either take from their banks or not be paid. And I think Supervisor Arroyo wants to say something.
Was that a motion?
That is a motion.
Okay, I'll second it. And I want to say you would have to be 44 or older, actually, to have lived through Jimmy Carter's presidency. And so I was not alive while he was president. But I do just want to take a moment to acknowledge what an incredible legacy he left. And not just in the years of his presidency, where he did establish the Department of Energy and the Department of Education, amongst other things, but then the ongoing legacy that he left with respect to championing housing and medical care in underserved parts of the world and in the nation, and the incredible work around human rights. He was a Nobel Peace Prize winner. He really left quite a mark, and I really admired him. And and when you leave military service, you can request a letter about your military service ending from any living president. And it would have been quite a tall order for him to live long enough to be the one writing me that letter. But I always hoped that would be the case. And anyway, he was someone I really looked up to, and recently read a biography of him, and just really want to express my appreciation for everything he did.
Thank you. I also, am in awe at what he accomplished after being president and his humanitarian work that he just kept up with. And, being president is like the biggest thing, but after being president, he accomplished milestones of things that just really helped the world in general. And I do want to say also that the motion doesn't come with, if we get a department that takes every person out of the office, that we are not going to have production in that office. You're going to have a department head there that is going to be sitting there and saying, come back Monday. And so I just want to comment on that. This is closed on Friday, so if they have no staff to help, accomplish what we need to, you're still going to be coming back on Monday. So we do have a motion. Does CAO want to say something?
No, Chair Bushnell. I was mulling over in my head how many folks might anticipate taking this day, and whether or not we would anticipate having any challenges providing services in offices. And so I think if any departments do have challenges, reach out to us and we can get some PR out around that. As you just stated, some community flexibility with us should we have any challenges there, and recognizing that that's what we're anticipating doing.
Thank you.
So, and can I ask the CEO?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Well, and I'm just wondering, they could all take their vacation time on Thursday if they wanted to ask for it and put it in. It doesn't have to be for, right?
Vacation time is at department head approval or supervisor approval. So you do that with, you make those approvals with expectations that you need certain service levels. So, as a department head, I'm not going to approve my entire division to take a single day off. It's going to be, by first come, first serve kind of basis or something.
So what you're stating is we're just now saying we're going to approve for your entire staff to take off if they want to, and you're just going to have to make exceptions. So that's basically what we're saying as a board. And we've made that motion and we have a second. So Kaylee, can you call for the vote? The motion is that Kaylee, go ahead. You captured the motion?
I could repeat it, I think.
No, Kaylee's got it.
The motion was that staff is welcome to take the day off if they need to mourn, but they must use their own personal PTO banks.
Or unpaid.
Or unpaid, correct.
And it was seconded by Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
And that county offices will remain open.
And county offices will remain open. Never talked
pending
about
sufficient coverage.
Yeah. Okay, call for the vote.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes, and I will say I think Jimmy would be proud of us for not spending any money on his behalf.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Chair Bushnell?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
So, memory.
Point of order, Chair. If we could read closed session in now, and then you could determine a time.
Yeah.
For
So we are gonna read closed session in and go into closed session after our lunch, and then we'll come back. I anticipate that this could be up to 2 hours, an hour possibly in closed session and a half an hour. Are we okay with a half an hour for lunch and then going in? Yes. So we'll read closed session in, and then we'll break until 2:30 for lunch, and then go right into closed session at 2:30, please.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. It is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54957.6 in order to review the county's position and instruct its designated labor negotiators.
Thank you. Is there anybody on Zoom for public comment?
No.
Anybody in the room want public comment on closed session? Nope. So we're going to recess now for lunch, and then at 2:30 go into closed session and come back. Eric, I anticipate this will be about an hour, 2 hours.
2 hours for the closed session or 2 hours from now?
2 hours from now. So we are back from closed session, and I will ask County Council if we have any thing to report.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. There was no reportable action taken with regards to item K1.
Okay. So we are going to adjourn, but we're going to adjourn in memory of Marty Messenger, who was a long-standing road supervisor in the southern Humboldt area, and is from Edwardsburg and has a ton of family there, and just was a really great guy. Really am sending condolences to his family. And then also Todd Barton, who was from Garberville as well, born and raised, was a 40-year volunteer at the Garberville Fire Department there, and just was a really loved community member. So we're going to be adjourning in their honor. Thanks, we're adjourned.
Good job, Chair.